Yeah, I'll bring them in.
All right. What happened now? All right. Are we ready to start? I think we are. Um, Hi, everybody. Welcome to Global Azure DevOps. Global Azure Bootcamp 2023 Toronto edition. Um, Thank you for attending. I know it's Saturday. I know it's nice weather outside, but again, this stuff is fun as well. So thank you for attending. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the sponsors. Thank you for all the speakers. All right, let's get started. Hi, my name is Maxir Mahanov. My session is on AI pair programming tools for Azure development. First of all, I want to say my apologies for not attending in person. I had to travel. I'm actually right now in beautiful Russia, all the way like across the world. But again, this is a global this is a global Azure bootcamp, right? So this is the global part of it, I guess. Thankfully, organizers were accommodating and allowed me to present remotely because I couldn't be there in person. Okay, let's get started. If somebody can help me when I ask the questions, so I can time them in, they'll be helpful. If not, we'll just do it this way. Okay, let's jump right in. This session is again on AI pair programming tools, GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, that kind of thing. All right, let's jump in. A little bit about me. My name is Maxir Mahanov. Like I said before, I'm a senior consultant at Object Sharp. I'm also have my own consulting company, so hence the logo at the bottom, just to avoid the confusion. I'm also Microsoft Azure DevOps MVP, 8 years running, or is it 9? I can't remember. It's been a while. I'm a GitHub Fast Track partner. You can see my email addresses on the slide. You can also Google me if you want, and first page of when you Google me, it's mine. It's funny. I'd like to think it's because I'm good, but I doubt that's true. So it's because the last name is fairly unique. Okay. Again, you got my name, you got my contact information. If you have any questions, you can also reach out. I'll be happy to help. Let's jump right in. What I would like to do is I would like to start with the joke. The AI pair programming tools, AI text generation in general has been extremely popular, have become extremely popular in the last 6 months, a year, I guess, even less than that. So in the old days, you had to go to Google to look up the answers, look up the questions, go to Stack Overflow, go through a bunch of solutions and try them out and so on and so forth, do the research, right? Do the legwork. Nowadays, ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, and all of that, right? Which again, it's only been like a few months ago, right? Now it's a common thing. And in this session, we'll talk about how AI pair programming tools can help you be more productive in Azure development or development in general, right? All right, let's jump right in. There are a lot of AI programming tools out there. GitHub Copilot, ChatGPT, the most popular one. We'll talk a lot about GitHub Copilot. We compare it to ChatGPT, but again, we'll focus on the GitHub Copilot. We'll explain why. There's also OpenAI Codex, which is less known, but that's actually very popular as well. Amazon Code Whisperer. I think Google Colab, it's a different name. I think it's Google Cody because it's fairly new. I don't remember its name, but I know it's been released recently. There's also Tab 9, Captain Stack, Kite, Vim Autocomplete, and many, many more. And list is getting longer every day, right? Again, because it's an excellent productivity tool. Okay, hi everybody again. People in chat keep saying hi, so hi. All right, in this session, we'll focus on Copilot, just because I find it extremely productive. I find it relatively cheap, and I find it, again, it's just very useful, right? Helps me save a lot of routine work. It saves a lot of time for me. All right, let's keep going. GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is an AI programming tool that helps developers to write code faster by drawing context from natural language comments and code snippets to suggest individual lines and the whole functions instantly. It is a tool that's meant to help developers to increase productivity, make them more productive, make them more focused, make them happier. It's not meant to replace developers, right? Let's just get that out of the way right away, right? In my opinion, again, it's not going to replace developers, not in my lifetime anyway. It will for sure will start replacing people that are not people that are using AI programming tools. Will become a lot more productive, and they will eventually replace people that are not using it, right? So get on board, start using it. There's a lot of ways to get started. Okay, let's get going. Let's talk about because the ChatGPT is the most popular one. So why did I pick Copilot and not the ChatGPT? Well, because even though they both based on the same technology, ChatGPT is it's a general purpose chatbot, right? Which might help you streamline development process, might not. It's generic. There's a free version of it, which is often unavailable. It's also a paid version if you want. But again, it's generic, right? Chatbot. So Copilot is an IntelliSense style tool in code editor meant to help developers to write code faster, right? So it's a big productivity boost, not only because it offers help, but it's doing that inside your favorite code editor, right? So you never have to leave the context. You always stay inside the window, inside that focused window, right? Which is a big deal, right? Interruptions are a big productivity killer. All right, in my opinion, GitHub Copilot is the most suitable AI tool for developers, and we'll talk more about why I think that's the case, right? Okay, if anybody have any questions, just type them in. I'll be happy to take them, right? Okay, GitHub Copilot is, again, it allows you to code faster because, again, you don't have to Google things. You don't have to read long articles in Stack Overflow and try things. The answer is more readily available inside that code editor right there. Because you're inside code editor, it allows you to stay focused longer. And again, I don't have to tell you that how important it is to keep developers focused, right? It allows you to spend more time on the code that matters because it helps you with the boilerplate stuff. It just give you the answer. It even starts suggesting things, as you'll see in the demos, like what's the next things you might want to do. It allows, and that was a surprise for me. It helps me solve problems in a new way, right? Because a lot of suggestions that I get in the Copilot use the code that's entirely new way of thinking for me, right? I would have never thought of it myself, right? Just because it's not, again, that's not, I don't know, it's not my style. That's not how I code. That's not what I think, that kind of thing, right? So it allows me to broaden my horizons, right? Become a better developer, better IT specialist. And it allows to speed up testing because it actually can help you write the tests. In some cases, it help you write the test for you, right? It's the test generation for TypeScript and JavaScript is excellent. It also useful for in other languages as well. And the GitHub Copilot supports a lot of other languages, right? The list is it supports all major languages, and the list is getting longer every day, right? And all of that, you can do inside your favorite code editor. Right now, it supports Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, and IntelliJ, I think. I think there might be one more, but those are the main ones. All right, let's keep going. Demo. All right, enough of me talking. I'm gonna try to. I'm using a StreamYard, so I'm gonna try to switch the content and present and share my desktop. Let me know how that works out. Entire screen. I got nothing to hide. All right, let's go. Can you see my screen? Can people see my screen? Yes? No? I'm going to assume you can see my screen. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. How do you sign up, right? I'm going to go ahead and go to Google and say GitHub GitHub Copilot, right? So when you do this, you'll go to GitHub Copilot landing page. This is where you can sign up. You can get one for your business. We'll get back to that later. You can get one for personal. So in this case, it's a $10 per month per user, or $100 per year. License for individual business costs a little bit more. Again, we'll talk more about it. You can click on the start free trial and it will take you and you will get yourself a free trial. Okay. Once you got that, you can go ahead and get started. So you will go to your editor. In this case, we're going to go to Visual Studio Code. Okay. And when you go to Visual Studio Code, you will go ahead and install yourself an extension. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and install Copilot extension. All right, so I have a GitHub Copilot extension. Let's install it, and we'll configure it in a second. What I also want to do is I would like to install a GitHub Copilot Labs, and I'll show you a little bit. I'll explain a little bit later why, but right now I'm just going to install it. Okay, so I got it installed. I'm going to it doesn't need reloading because I've done it before. As you can see, there's this icon that shows up. When you do it for the first time, it's going to ask you to sign into GitHub, and you sign into GitHub. That's how you connect your GitHub Copilot extension to your GitHub handle. You can configure GitHub Copilot. There's a lot of options that you can set, right? Extension settings. It's actually a setting JSON file that you can modify. So in this case, I already have some of it, right? So I have it enabled. Again, there's a multi-line warning that's turned off. I have it enabled for everybody, actually. So technically, I do not need this anymore. But the reason why I showed it is because you can actually turn it on and off for a specific language or specific, again, script type, right? In the advanced settings, I also enabled the show scores. And that's what allows me to see, like, oh, it's a 99% match, or it's like an 80% match. So again, I find it useful metrics for me. There's other settings, again, like brushes and whatnot. You can go for them. You can turn them on and off. It's up to you. All right. So when you got it turned on, you will see this icon and it's on. You can, again, disable it. You can disable it for a specific type. You can manipulate it here, right? You will also see this Copilot Labs. And the Copilot Labs is the experimental features for the, it's the extension that shows the experimental features for the GitHub Copilot. So everything that they're trying to, everything that the beta testing will show up in the GitHub Copilot, okay? And there's some really, really cool stuff in there. So what I want to do is just go to this Copilot extension, GitHub Copilot Labs. So in this case, for example, this explain section that you can use to, if you read somebody else's code, for example, right? If you have to explain somebody else's code and you need to understand what that particular section is doing, you can use GitHub Copilot Labs for it. So let me just grab a piece of code somewhere. All right, where do I grab a piece of code? Let's just go here. I guess I can use this, right? This is one of my samples. So I can go to grab some code. It's automatically here. I can say, you know what, explain the code, what does it do, and so on and so forth. There's some additional options that you can configure. So if I ask the Copilot, it will go ahead and tell me what it does. So if I make this bigger, right, it will walk me through the steps. I find it very useful when I'm reading somebody else's code, okay? Especially early in the morning. Early in the morning when I don't want to think that hard. All right. So another feature in the Copilot Labs is language translation. So I can say, okay, this function is in Python, and it's supposed to give me the smallest elements of list without using sort, right? I can say, you know what, go ahead and translate it because I'm really more interested in that option in PowerShell. Okay, I want to do the same functionality in PowerShell. I already wrote this code in Python. Now I need it in PowerShell. So it gives me the option in PowerShell. All right. There's some test generation as well. And by the way, this list is long and long and long. It's amazing how much work they've done. Test generation, you can use let me collapse this for a second. You can, again, test right now, and this option only works for TypeScript and JavaScript. You can use it in the code editor to get yourself some tests. And in this example, I'm actually, and I'll show you more, in the next demo, but I'm generating unit tests, right? So I started typing unit test, it offered me the rest. I'll show you more in a second on that. Okay, let's go back to my slides. How do I go back to my slides? Stop sharing, present.
Hey, Max?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? So yeah, it seems that we have a problem, and oh my God, there is a lot of echo. Sorry. And we lost the last 10 minutes, we'll say. From the beginning of the demo, people couldn't see your screen from the beginning of the demo.
Oh, okay. I can do it again. Let's try it. Let me know if you see my screen now. Can you see my screen?
We can see the demo, and that's it. Nothing else.
Can you see the Visual Studio Code?
Now I can see Visual Studio Code.
Okay, beautiful. So let's do it one more time. Okay.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
No. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please keep the feedback coming. Okay, so so I'm going to go back to the browser for a second. So when you sign up, when you need to get started with the Copilot, you need to sign up. You can sign up for the beta version. I'm sorry, the trial version, right? It's a 30-day trial or something. And after that, it's a $10 per month per user or $100 per year, which is cheaper than everything else out there, okay? And you can also do it for the business. It's slightly more expensive for the business, but it's a business license, right? So once you sign up for the trial, you can activate your GitHub Copilot in your favorite editor. So in this case, I'm using the Visual Studio Code. Can you see my Visual Studio Code? Okay, somebody can say yes or no, please. Or type it in, I guess, right? The chat, no, there's no chat. Okay. Can you see my Visual Studio Code? No? Okay. Okay. How about this? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
1 second, sorry.
I'm sorry, can you see my screen?
I can see a demo sign up slide screen, but not the coding screen.
There is also a recorded session. Like it's a 30
now
minutes.
We can see, sorry, Max, now we can see your screen.
Okay.
Sharing one, the other one's
Do you want to just play out the recorded session and I'll answer any questions you might have? Just to avoid this problem. Exxon, are you there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. Do you want to just go ahead and use my recorded session instead?
So in the slides?
No, there is. I sent Exxon a recorded session.
I don't know what he's asking.
Sorry, Max.
What do you want to do?
Okay.
Louder.
I've sent Exxon a recorded session.
Oh. Okay. We can potentially share it. So
but if he doesn't have it, need to send it to us.
Yeah. So are you able to finish it right now? Because we can.
No, I'm happy to do, but it's just I don't know when you guys see my screen and when you don't, right?
Yeah, we'll be able to if you're.
We can share your screen right now if you go
back to the
demo and let us know when you want to switch.
Okay, I'm gonna go. How do I stop the sharing of the slides? Okay.
We just did it, and then when you share your screen, we can put the screen there.
Okay. I'm sorry about this. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yeah. Can you start on the demo?
Yes.
Okay. So again, so I have. Okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you can
Okay.
go.
Sorry about that. All right. So the demo part. Okay. Now let's do it the third time. Third time's the charm. Okay. So when you sign up for GitHub Copilot, you can do it just again, Google GitHub Copilot will take you to the GitHub Copilot page. You can go ahead and start yourself a free trial. It's a $10. After that, the trial is $10 per user per month for $100, which a year, which is a lot cheaper than competitors. I think ChatGPT is $20. Codex is like $40 a month, so it's a lot cheaper. You can also sign up for the business, but again, we'll talk about that more down the line. All right, so let's go ahead and once you sign up, you go through the thing. You will go ahead and go to your editor and install extension of your choice. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and install an extension called GitHub Copilot, which is basically your Copilot. Once you have it installed, you will see this icon, which says if it's disabled or enabled. If you are inside the corporate, then you might deal with the proxy because it's actually connecting to the Copilot. I'm sorry, it connects to the GitHub to validate some certificates and whatnot. So just make sure that you take that into account. What I also want to install is the Copilot Labs, which is the extension that provides all the experimental features for the GitHub Copilot. I find it's very cool. Okay, once you do this, you can start using GitHub Copilot, and we'll have that demo. Before we jump into it, I want to go ahead and show you the Copilot Labs because I find it's nice, very cool. Okay, so in the Copilot Lab, I have a bunch of sections, right? All the experimental features like explain code, which I can go ahead and use if I go and grab somebody else's code, which let's say I grab this one. Let's say I grab it. Okay, here, let me grab this one. Let me grab this piece, right? It's a Python function. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch here. And again, if I'm switching too fast, let me know, okay? I can say ask Copilot, it will go ahead and explain the code to me. It will tell me exactly line by line what's happening in that function. Again, I find it useful when I'm reading somebody else's legacy code. Or when I'm just don't want to think that hard, right? Early in the morning, especially. Find it useful. Another option that I want to show is the language translation. So if I wrote the code in Python, but now I want to see it in PowerShell or any other language on the list, which is an extensive list, I can click Ask Copilot. Now let's try it one more time. Yeah, so it gave me the same function in PowerShell, or I don't know, let's say Go, right? The same function in Go. Think harder. Yeah, okay. So give me the same function, Go. Find it again very useful. It also has this test generation, which is mostly working for the JavaScript and TypeScript. But again, this is the experimental features, the Copilot Lab, not the Copilot itself. All right, so this is it for the first demo. Let's move on. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's move on. Can you see my slides now, hopefully? Okay. The next one, before we dig more into Copilot, right? I want to share why I think it's important, right? But 74% of the people using Copilot, they feel more focused and more focused on more satisfying work. 88% feel more productive. I can attest to that for sure. I would say it's in the high 90s. And 96% feel faster, that they are faster with repetitive tasks. Because again, you stay within one editor, so you don't have to switch. So again, you're just faster, period, right? Again, it's a big productivity boost. And you'll hear me saying that a lot. All right. Moving on, how to take advantage of Copilot. We just went through that. You sign up for the Copilot, you install the extensions, you start writing code. It's important to review suggestions and test your code. We'll talk more about it in a few seconds. And it's important to learn the keyboard shortcuts. There's like 4 or 5 shortcuts, and you can search them up, right? And it allows you to just accept the thing, navigate the Copilot suggestions faster. again, we'll talk about that, and we'll probably demo that. So let's go ahead. Okay, a few cautionary notes, right? Even though Copilot makes you more productive, even though Copilot helps you write a lot of writes the code a lot of code for you, right? Or makes suggestions of a lot of code for you. You still need to stay in control. You still have to take the ownership and responsibility for the code, right? All again, it's those are just suggestions. You have to review them. You have to make sure that they again, whatever's been suggested makes sense, right? You have to make sure that it's if you are writing in a language that automatically compiles, make sure you turn that off, because it will go ahead and compile the code for you once you accept a suggestion. That's not a good thing. So turn that off. But again, it's not like any of us ever took the snippet of code from Stack Overflow, put it into code editor, and just run it, right? We just never do that. Again, make sure you test your work. Make sure you test the check for vulnerabilities. That usually is done in like further down the pipe, in the pipelines, in the CI pipelines and whatnot. Review your suggestions. And when you set it up for the business, you can actually, not for the business, even in for a personal account, you can disable or enable suggestions from a public code. That'll be your preference, right? I usually turn it on because I don't see a problem with it. But again, your company or you might think differently, right? All right, moving on. I'm gonna go a little faster because again, I just I lost a few minutes. If you have questions, please let me know. Okay, demo. Let's actually go ahead and give it a shot. Let's start using it. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to Visual Studio Code again. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close this one so it's bigger screen. And I don't need this one anymore. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a file. And I'm going to say it's a PowerShell file. Okay. So I'm starting to write the PowerShell code. I'm going to go ahead and say, give me, keep popping up, annoying. That's just Visual Studio Code doing that. Okay, so function that replaces a string between two slashes. For example, I have to do a lot of the searches that I'm doing has to do with Fredericks. I just can't remember that thing. So now I'm just going to try to with another string. Okay, see, it's even suggesting me that that's what you mean. Yes, that's what I mean. So give me a function. I hit enter, and now it starts offering me suggestions. So it gives me one suggestion. This is my second suggestion. This is my third suggestion. Okay, so sure, let's say that's what I want. That's what I mean. And output into this file. So it gives me a function. This is my function. It says, go ahead and yeah, that's nice. I find this acceptable. Yes, I'm going to say, yeah, go ahead. This is what I want. And again, if I keep entering, it keeps suggesting more, like, okay, now let's try to document things. So this is what you're trying to do next. There's a lot of things that it can do, right, for you. Let's try something else. Okay, so let's say let's say I forgot how to navigate Azure Pipelines API, right? So get pipeline runs from Azure Pipelines and output as JSON. Why not? So as I hit this, it gives me options, right? And again, if I move the mouse, it gives me the brush. I can pick and choose the thing that works for me the best. I can also use, I think it's Command Enter or Option Enter. No, Control Enter. So it will open up the side window, which will tell me all the options, all of the suggestions. So it's another way I can navigate from here. I can also see all of the examples right off the bat. It also gives me, okay, so it gives me all the options, all the suggestions. It also gives me the score. Where's my score? It should be score somewhere in there. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the previous one. Okay, let's pick this one. What do I want? No. Yeah, let's say it's this one. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. Let's go. And sure, let's say that's the one. Okay, so again, it gives me how to get it. And let me zero delay. Am I typing something wrong? I guess I don't know. I'll put as JSON. Okay. Anyway, let's give up on that example. Let's do something else. The idea is, again, if you forgot, it's going to go ahead and help you give you that command, right? I have this a little bit of a cheat sheet. So if I say this is the one, this is what I actually want. Doesn't help me at all. Okay. Anyway, so let's do something else. So let's say when I'm typing, it also helps me write documentation or helps me with the variables, right? So when I do something like countries array, let's build a hash table in PowerShell, and I think this is the way to do it. And let's say we want to do, I don't know, Afghanistan, right? It's the first one. Oh, yeah, it knows it's Afghanistan. Let's do the next one. The next one is know that Albania. Okay, that's the right one. So I can go for this list, right? And it's going to give me all of them. So it's fine and handy. It is very helpful for me when I'm writing documentation in the Markdown. Okay, this is it for the PowerShell demo. Let's go to the next one. Let's show you, and let me go to my cheat sheet. Okay, let's go to, yeah, let's get this one, right? Let's go to Python. And let's go ahead, again, create a new file, go to Python, create a Python, and let's get ourselves a function that connects to Jira API and gets the issues, right? All right, what are you going to say? Okay, so yes, I need this. Yes, I need this. Why doing that in the, okay. Let me tweak it a little bit so it's this way. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's go. Sure. Yeah, so I need JSON. I ain't doing that. Yeah, Jira issues. So it starts offering me suggestions, right? So in this case, this is what it takes, right? This is how I can get the Jira issues. Very easy to do, right? I don't have to know anything about Jira. Okay, so what else do I want to show you? Oh, I want to show you one more PowerShell demo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of this one. I'm going to go ahead and go to this editor, which is just Insider Edition, because I have both of them running side by side. And I have this Azure function, right? It's my Azure function that is actually sitting here. And what it's doing, it's ensuring that all of my GitHub repos, branch protection rules, are configured the way it should be configured, right? So I have this function that gets triggered on any GitHub events, right? On your like branch protection rules or the repo events. And what it's doing, this is actually the code. I have the workflow set up. So every time I push, it gets updated. Anytime I go ahead and go to the repo that's been watched and update the branch protection rules, for example, because I want to cut the corner, right? Or I want to cheat or whatever. I just want to change it thinking that it has the best intention in mind, but I should not be doing it, right? So like, okay, I'm going to disable this and this, right? And I'm going to go ahead and save this. This will, give me a second. Let me log in. I'm on GitHub. Okay. Multi-factor authentication. You're going to love it. Okay, approve, close. Okay, let me in. Yeah, so if I go ahead and save it, and if I go to edit again, it put it back in. So that's what the function is supposed to do, okay? In this case, I want to extend this function, for example, because what I discovered is that if I apply this rule to a repo that doesn't have a branch, because you can create a repo without any kind of branch, right, without any kind of content, this function blows up because there's no content, hence there's no branch. What I want to do is, let's say I want to create, let Let me cheat. Give me a second. Let me. Oh, no, I don't want it. I want to take it from here. So this is the one. So I'm going to go ahead, and again, sorry for jumping. I'm going to create a function to add the README file to a repo. So when if this function runs against the repo that doesn't have any kind of branches in it and doesn't have any content, it's going to go ahead and add the README file to it. Okay, let's go ahead. And because I already used this code somewhere else, it offers it to me, right? So it's not only looking up the public code, it's also looking up what's already in your organization, okay, or what's already been used by you. So helps you, again, reuse the code, not to reinvent the wheel, not to rewrite the same code 50 times, right? Helps with the whole insourcing, like very nice. So I'm going to go ahead and accept this because I know that's good because I wrote it. So in this case, it just creates the branch with the comment, and this is just a base 64 message that's going to be added to the README file, and it's going to make the call, right? Nice, right? So it, again, knows my previous code, so it keeps reminding me that I already wrote it. So then I can tweak it, I can save it, I can reuse it, and so on and so forth. So now it's like I've done this. So I can say, instead of writing a message, I can say creating README file, which is nice. And I don't want this, don't blow it up. Actually, go ahead and add README file. Look at it, it's doing the work for me. And now that you've done that, let's go ahead and actually configure the branch protection. So again, if the code, if I try to apply it and I get an exception, okay, add the README file, because the only time, that's the reason why we got this exception, because there's nothing there. And again, it's a simple scenario, right? Obviously, there could be more. Go ahead, add the README file and add the protection rules. So very nice, very handy. Okay, so let me switch for a second, go back to my Visual Studio Code. Let me go back to my samples. Let's do a Terraform, right? Or let's pick something else. So let's go ahead and create a file called, let's make it a Terraform, and let's pick something else. Create Azure virtual network and a subnet. Okay, let's see what it's going to say. Come on, say something. Oh, there's a bit of it's thinking. Come on, think. I got it thinking. Okay, so we'll get back to that in a second, but it will give me an example once networking comes on. All right, we'll get back to this. So if I go to my slides again and go through the demo, okay, so GitHub Copilot for Business. It allows, it empowers the developers, right? It empowers the developers within your organization and allows them to build the code faster, stay in the flow longer, stay focused longer, solve the problems in a new way, and obviously from their code editor of choice. It simplifies the license management because that part is extremely easy, and I'll show you how that's done. The organization-wide policy management, again, it's also important because you can turn off the public, you can turn on certain things like public code references for the entire organization in case if your legal department doesn't let you do that. And code is safe, right? The GitHub Copilot and GitHub in general says that they won't retain your code snippets, store or share your code, regardless if the data is from public repo, private repo, non-GitHub repo, or even local files, right? They don't keep your stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, they're not sharing your stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into another demo. So in this case, if I go back to my editor and go back to Copilot, so let's try the Copilot for Business, right? So the Copilot for Business, you can, again, when you click on Buy Now, it's going to allow you to enable it at the enterprise level if you have permissions at the enterprise level, or you can pick an organization that you have access to, right? When you pick the top one, it will give you all the accounts. If you pick the organization option, then it will give you all the organizations you have access to, and then you can turn it on and off, okay? So in my case, if I go to my repo, right, or go to my organization, automatically org, and click on settings, and go to Copilot, you will see these options, right? You will you can turn it on, turn it off. You can enable it for certain users. In my case, I only have one license because it's just me. But you can get more. You can turn it on for everybody or selected users. And you can also enable policies for the org or at the enterprise level. And again, you can turn off in this case, it's just matching public code. Right? You can turn it on and off. It's very easy, right? So the license management is a breeze, right? Obviously, in your billing plans, you will see Copilot here as well, okay? Okay, so let's go and what else? Let me just click on this one, for example. When I click on this one, it will give me all the access to the enterprises that I have. So in this case, it's Object Shop Partner Demo site, right? So if I had more, they will see more. So this is how you can enable Copilot for Business. This is how you can enforce it. This is how you can empower your developers with the AI pair programming tools. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the slide. And again, I'm rushing through again because of a technical difficulty. My apologies. I will share the slides. I do have a recording of this because I recorded this yesterday just in case if for something happens, right? Okay, so let's jump in. Okay, so demo Copilot. We have talked about how to get started with Copilot, how to configure it. We talked about how to use it for various languages. We talked about Copilot for Business. One more thing that I forgot to show you. One cool thing. All right, so in the Copilot recently introduced a new feature, beta feature called Copilot. What do you call it? Copilot chat. Yeah. So Copilot chat. So if you prefer to talk like similar to ChatGPT instead of staying in the browser, you can actually have this Copilot chat now, which is a private beta right now. It's available in Visual Studio Code Insiders. And it allows you can install it the same way, but you have to install the Copilot chat and you have to install the Copilot Nightly Edition, right? Which is, again, the beta versions, right? And once you do that, you will see this window like this, okay? So you can talk to it. So I can say things like, hello, let's see what you're gonna say. How are you today? I don't think it's gonna reply in this case, but whatever. Let's be nice. Let me go ahead and just grab one more snippet that I want to add. So where's my, yeah, let's say we want this, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say, give me this. I want the function that gets me Azure VM consumption from Azure function and return it as a JSON object. So as soon as I ask it, it gives me the code. So if I make this bigger, it gives me the code. But it gives me that in, what is it? PowerShell, right? Is it PowerShell? No, it's actually JavaScript. Okay, cool. I want PowerShell. In PowerShell, please. So let's see what we're going to say now. It gives me the same code in PowerShell. So just like you had ChatGPT, it's all right there. It's not public. None of that is shared. There's been a lot of cases when people start using public ChatGPT, and because it's public and because it's free, obviously everything that you type in the public window gets again reused as a fair use, I guess. And in a Copilot, that's not the case. Like I said before, none of the data is shared. So in this case, I can go ahead and say, yeah, this is nice. I want to use this, right? And I can go ahead and copy it or insert it in the window. Yeah, I just want to share this another option, right? The GitHub Copilot, it's a private beta. You can sign up. I think there's a waiting list right now, and hopefully it becomes available to everybody as a regular GitHub Copilot feature. Okay, let's jump right in. Let's wrap it up. Okay, and Copilot. Okay, so thank you, everybody, for listening. Hopefully, it was useful, helpful. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, if you need any help, please free to reach out. I'll be happy to help. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties. I will make sure that, again, I will post the slides. I will have the recording. I'll put it on the YouTube and I'll share it. That has less technical problems. And again, thank you all for listening, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Max, a lot. And yes, thanks for joining remotely. Sadly, we can't also see your camera. But again, thanks a lot. Thanks very much. I will let you know a couple of questions. We can answer the question later via Twitter. And enjoy the rest of the day. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There you are.
Thank you. Thank you all. I turned off the camera just in case people
Perfect.
wasn't. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye. All.
Bye.
So we're ready? All right. So it's 11:15. Hi, everyone. This is Venu Amancha. So I'm going to talk about uh, the how to accelerate enterprise data journey for the customers, like what kind of problems we have today in the enterprise data engineering and analytics, and using the modern artificial general intelligence and the open AI and the large language models, how we can actually accelerating the enterprise data engineering and analytics platforms. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the agenda for the meeting today. So we talk about the problem what we have in the industry, and this problem is across all the industries, not just one particular organization or one particular industry domain, but rather across all the problem. And then what solution we are offering to solve that problem and what value it will bring to the customers. And then I have a product demo as well to demonstrate the end-to-end, the flow for the customer and how it is helping the customers. All right. So if you look at, like, if you guys are coming, most of the guys coming from the data side, right? So if you have an experience working in the enterprise data projects, like most of the organizations spend significant amount of their energy, like in terms of resources, in terms of the money, and as well as the time on data engineering and the analytics space. The reason, because every organization, every data is different. Like so when you start from if you want to build an analytics data model or enterprise data warehouse for an organization, so you start with gathering the information about your application data sources, like data source databases, and then you start analyzing those data, application data, and then you profile the data, and then you create a enterprise analytics models, right? And then once the models has been created, then you actually go take a step back, and then you try to map the data from the source to the target models, right? So that's a typical journey. We've been doing this from last 30 years, actually. So even with the new modern cloud platforms, we still do the same. We still do apply the same techniques, whether it's a dimensional model, whether you're building an enterprise vault, or whether you're building in a data lake. You still go and analyze, gather the information from your data systems. You go and do all those things, and then you build those data pipelines. So those are the parts of your data engineering side where most of the organizations spend 50% of their time effort there. And then once the data models, analytics models are created, they build the KPIs, the measures, or the key performance indicators for the business users, which are very relevant to that particular industry or a particular domain. And so our data scientists come into the picture, data analysts come into the picture, and they use this data to churn into a meaningful insights. So the problem what I'm talking is even if we have these modern cloud solutions, people are still spending a lot of time in those areas. So how do we solve this problem? And we know, like, why we are getting this problem is because every data source is a custom built data sources, is a tedious data mapping activities, and the complexity is in the data integrations, and then as well as the development silos, because there are multiple development things are going on this data source side as well. So most of the data, because of these reasons, we end up underutilizing the data platforms. Okay, so what solution we are bringing to this problem? So we have built a product, actually. It's called as a Lucid Data Hub. So what does our Lucid Data Hub does is that it is actually an intelligent AI generative enterprise data platform. So instead of we do like manually do the data profiling, manually do the data analysis, and build the analytics models on top of it. So the platform will, based on the data what you have, it will automatically do the data analysis and data mapping, and then it will actually build the enterprise analytics models automatically, and it actually generates those analytics models, and then it does the mapping, and it also builds the data engineering pipelines to bring the data from your source systems to the target data models. And everything what I'm talking is actually done in a seamless automation process. Okay. And then once the enterprise analytics models are created, then it goes a further step ahead, which actually generates an automatic KPIs based on the data what you have supplied. It identifies what kind of KPIs, what kind of analytics you can do on this data. So it's like you are supplying an input operational data, and then this product, the platform will actually predict what kind of analytics you can do on the data. Okay, and then in fact it not just predicts that analytics, and it goes and builds that analytics as well. So it actually builds the underlying code, and as well as the queries required, the logic required to build those analytics automatically, and it goes and executes that logic and puts the data in the final format, in the KPIs format. So what is the benefit this will have? Basically, obviously, in a typical world, like if you're working with a couple of data sources or data systems, and you have like a table, a data source with a 50 to 60 tables, it would take like 6 months to 1 year to build your analytics models, and then on top of it to build some data science models or KPIs on top of that. Like probably this is, we are looking at like a 1 year projects in a typical enterprise setup, right? So but using this platform, we can actually reduce that effort to like probably a 4 to 6 weeks of effort. So you can actually get the same business output what you are going to get by spending like 1 year of effort, but rather you can actually now get, using our generative platforms, you can actually get this one in a 4 to 6 weeks of work. Okay, and then because we are saving time, and because we are saving the cost, now the organizations spend the same amount of money and the same amount of effort to actually cover their entire 100% of the data. Because right now, because of it takes more time to do the analytics, to build those models, people are actually not doing just like maybe 10% or 20% of their data they're using, and they're building the analytics based on the data. So now we are unlocking this capability to do the same thing for the 100% of the data. And then the platform also provides a chart application where actually this is truly a chart application which will actually you can actually interact with your data. So you can ask questions on your own enterprise data, like you're doing in your OpenAI ChatGPT scenario. You're asking the questions on a more general language models, right? So you are asking what is from a general intelligence point of view, but the publicly available information. But in this case, you can ask like, okay, what was my customer rate or customer satisfaction rate for the last month? So then it will actually go and give the data output from your own data. So it's basically a chart with your own enterprise data, right? So so let's take a look at, right? So what value it's giving. So what does it does? So it does two major important things. So it is actually generating those enterprise analytics data models, especially the entities and attributes based on your source systems, which we all do as a data engineers, as a data modelers and data analysts, right? And so now the generative AI models are capable to do that. And then once it generates the silver layer, right? So if you actually fit that into a medallion architecture, right? So that's, you have a bronze zone where you have operational data, and then you have the enterprise standard industry entities and attributes, that's your silver zone, okay? So which is like your stage 2. And then you have a gold zone where you have the standard analytics measures, which will actually have meaningful insights of your data, so which you're producing based on your standard entities. So it does the silver and gold zones automatically. And how Lucid does this one, right? So there are two components. One, we have built a generative analytics platform which actually goes and scans the data and registers some of the basic business context about your data. So the customers will provide very high level information about, okay, what kind of data this is, like not at the table or a column levels, but very at the system level. At the system level, whether this is for example, for an insurance industry, this is a claims management data. Okay, this is an agent and broker management data. This is an underwriting data system, right? So those very high level data context they will provide, and then we are using in the backend Microsoft Azure OpenAI services to accelerate this data mapping and data analysis processes. So if you take a look at carefully, right? So basically, so these are the table shows you like what are the typical enterprise data project tasks, like source data analysis, data profiling, data modeling. So in a traditional method, most of the thing except the data loads, which we do it using our ETL, ETL tools are automated. But now with this platform, it is everything end to end is automated process. So I'll go into a demo actually. So for the demo, like I'll give a very high level what the demo is for, and then I'll actually go into the actual demonstration. So what we have taken an insurance data sources. Like for the demo we have taken two subject areas. One is the agent and broker management system. So which actually manages this application manages your all the relationship with your agents and brokers, and what kind of insurance products they're selling, and what was their commission rates and all those things. And then there's another ERP system, another system which is claim system, which actually have once a policy has been registered, so it's actually manages the claim life cycles, okay, from the customers. So for the purpose of the demo, so we took approximately 12 source tables, like approximately has 75 source columns. So this is a typical, every organization has this. So in this case, this is an insurance product, but this can be replaced with any industry product, in any industry, basically. If you are in a healthcare, if you are in a manufacturing site, so it doesn't matter where you are actually, so what kind of industry you are. So, and then what output it generates is that it will generate, so based on those 12 tables and based on the subject area context, what you have provided to the platform, it will actually predicts like, okay, there are 7 industry standard data entities can be produced from these tables. Okay, and I'll show you how this translates that into a simple raw tables into an industry standard entities. And from that industry standard, it builds that source table to the entity mapping automatically, and it also goes and builds the column to attribute mapping. So for those entities, it will actually identifies what are the standard attributes, okay, and then it goes and from this columns to the attributes, it goes and builds that attribute mapping as well, okay. And so once that is built, so it not just tells you what you can do, but it will goes and does that one as well. So what it does is like actually writes the queries to bring the data from source to target, and then deploys that data in the output. And then in the final step, so now I have 7 industry standard entities, and I have the attributes related to that. Now it goes and does an analysis and finds that, okay, what you can measure with those entities. So out of those 7 industry, I can actually, in this model, like there are 44 standard insurance KPIs I can build with those 12 tables. So in a normal traditional manner, this information would have come from your business SMEs or the business users. Okay, I need to measure, I need to understand this. Okay, I need a report with this KPI or something, right? But now our generative platform is telling you that what you can do based on the data. So it's a completely different thinking actually, right? So now, so interesting part is that once it identifies those KPIs, it actually builds, now have a source for this KPI, right? So I don't have to go to my original source. Now I have a silver zone here. So it builds the queries and the logic to build these KPIs based on the source in the entities. And then it goes and builds that. And then it deploys that. So now our end users or BI tools or the direct custom or the users can actually work with this, connect to this end tools, and then access this data directly. So that's the idea. Like, so any questions so far? Like. So the customization, that's a good question, right? So what we are actually building the tools to the users, actually the customers can actually interfere in this process and then influence the process actually. So if you have a certain business rules you need to apply, so you can actually introduce your customization in the process as well. So, but in most cases, because we are not trying to fit our input is not the target model. So, right, so we are not saying that, okay, this is the industry target model for your analytics. Okay, so now you go back and try to map it to the source. No, we are actually, based on the data, we are generating the output model. So you are, as an industry, like you are in a healthcare company and there is another healthcare company. If you guys using a different operational systems and those systems have a different data models operationally, so then output is different for you. So may not be 100% matching, right? So it is most of the customization what you may require are actually pre-built in the process. The tool will handle that, right? So if even it is not 100%, even if you still need some more additional customization, if you based on your own special scenarios, you can still have the ability to interact with that and then influence the output. Okay. Okay, so I'll go to the demo site. So what we are doing here is that, so we are not, because we are very careful in thinking about how we actually introduce this to the customers, right? So what we are doing is that we, as a platform, we are providing an interface or an API interface any customers can use with their own products. Like, okay, if you are an Azure Microsoft-based company, then you have a Data Factory as your ETL tool, right? Or you have a Synapse, right? Or SSIS, or so you can use your existing platforms and interact with our APIs, and our APIs will automatically accelerate your process. So it will take an input from you and then it will and produces the output. So basically, and so this is not going to replace your current product, what you're using, but rather it will accelerate your current journey with your own products. So if you're an Informatica shop or if you're an AWS shop, any other, doesn't matter in the market. So you can still use this accelerator to speed up your enterprise data engineering and analytics process. So similarly, what I have today for the particular insurance use case is built based on a Synapse Analytics. So Synapse here is just a client tool where the client is using the Synapse to build their data pipelines, right? And under the hood, underlying, it is actually calling our Lucid APIs basically to do the job. So if you take a look at this, so this is a very simple flow actually. So it is going and so basically it's generating a token for the application. So a secure token will be generated for this. And once so then you are defining what industry you are in actually. So and it is basically under the hood, it is calling our Lucid API with an industry endpoint, and you are just getting the industry and then setting up the industry and what industry you are in, and then you are registering in a new Lucid data pod. So data pod is just a concept, is a logical concept where you actually do all your analytics on it. So you can, it's like your workspace where you're doing this process, all this analytics. So you can create multiple data pods for your organization as well. So then you go and register what subject area this is, like in the case of claims and agent broker management system. So if you look at carefully, right, this is all just an API calls here you are making, and then you are training our generative models with your pre-context of what your data actually, very high level pre-context. Okay, and so once you're done, then you are registering a new data system. Okay, this is a broker management system, and this is also an API call you're making to our platform. And then, so once you make our platform will actually, you make another API call to so there is an API call which actually goes and scans all your data sources basically. Okay, so right now I'm using a SQL as a data source. So it can be an Azure data lake basically as well. So as a data landing zone, your bronze zone, and it goes and scans all the files and tables, and then it registers those tables into the platform. And then it will invoke a data table to entity mapping API. So this is also an API call, okay, for us. And so it's a different, like, okay, it goes and do an entity mapping API call for the platform. And all you're doing is just making, you're following a certain pattern, a flow. And in the flow, you are registering your data source, you're providing the context for the data source, and then you are calling an API to scan the tables, and then you're calling a different API to actually do the mapping for you, and then you're calling a next API which will actually do the attribute level mapping, okay, and then there's another API which will do the KPI generations and all, right? So it's a very simple flow, and the same flow. So I'll show you a flow which was executed. This is the flow. Yeah, we can run that actually. So this is, so if you look at here, right, so this is getting the token, and so this is, I'm setting that, okay, this is an insurance industry, okay, and it's making a call to my industry endpoint, okay, and then it's registering this particular news data source with claims. So this data related to the claims management, including the incidents reporting and also some basic context description about the data. And then you are actually, so this will go and registers this context information to the model. And then so when you invoke the final mapping call, like the table to entity map, so this is where you are invoking this one. So this will actually call our backend services. So the backend services we have built in the Azure Databricks models, so which will have the models which does this entity to table to entity mapping, the respective activities, the major the complex flows which are built in the backend Azure Databricks, that as connections to also makes an API calls to the OpenAI and a large LLM models to do the output generation based on the input what we have produced, okay, and so those things will run. And for example, if you take a look at the output of this one, right, so this is a data table, claims table, and then this is the data entity it is actually predicted, okay, and this is my claims item table in the source, and this is it is mapped, the platform has mapped to the claims table. So there is a 3 different tables in my source which actually holds a claims data. Okay, one is a claims, very high level, and there are claims items table and claim status table. All these different tables are mapped to the claims entity. Okay, so this is how I'm actually creating an industry standardization of your data. So now in my next process, where it will take the data from these 3 systems and then loads into my final claims table. So okay, this is, so I'll show you how this is done, right? So this is my data source, right? So this BMS schema is my broker management system, and CMS is my claims management system. So I have 3 tables, which is claim items, claim status, claims, and then coverage table. Okay, and then it gone, and so this is. So this is the data pod which we executed based on so if you look at this one, right? So this is the mapping it has generated. So, and all these mappings are actually registered inside of our internal metadata store. So this is a claims data based on these 3 tables. This is the entity, and the adjuster, it actually gone and predicted the adjuster entity. But if you look at the broker management, so this is actually, if you look at this table ADDR, as a human being, we can tell that this is an address table probably, right? Or it could be anything else which matches with that ADDR. But it has predicted that this is a customer table, actually, customer entity. How does it does that? Because when you look at the customer table, right? So there is a customer table somewhere down the line, which is CUSTM. So CUSTM, it has predicted that, okay, it is a customer entity. That makes sense, right? But this is not done by a human being as a data modeler. This is done by the platform automatically. Okay, and so if you look at the customer table here, I don't know, my mouse is very slow here, but so if you expand the customer table column, so it has a customer ID and then it has an address ID. Okay, and then if you open the address table, and so this is the address table, source table. So since the customer table, source table has an address ID as a column, so this is just an extension of their address table, is just an extension of your customer information, right? So this is like more normalized form tables. But in the enterprise analytics model, this is like more denormalized. So basically it took address and customer as one customer entity. So when you join these 2 tables, it becomes a customer entity with all the information in the single entity table, right? So that is, this is how intelligently it is actually gone and does this is exactly what we do when we write the data engineering ETL flows, right? So now the tool is doing in the background for us. Okay, and look at like how interestingly, just by like this is a standard way, like if you look at the naming standards of these tables, right? So AGB underscore HIN, it predicted that this is a broker table, broker entity. Like how? Because I provided a context that this is actually a data system which manages the relationship between insurance companies and the agents and brokers, right? Okay, so now I see this table and it goes and scans the columns of this table, okay, and AGBO broker, and it finds an ID, name, phone number, fax, email. So it actually predicted that this is a broker entity table, right? So, and now I'll show you the next, this is step 1 of my process. And I'll show you this one. So this is, I think, I'll go, yeah. I think this query gives me for the same data pod ID.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just a follow-up.
So we are building tools actually, where for every step you can see what is the output, and then you can actually introduce your own logic. So you can introduce your own custom functions to implement your customization. So you can make a call to an Azure function, okay, which does that the customization, and then you pass the input, and then it gets the output, something like that. And then it comes back, and with the new output it will registers in the, and then from on then it will take the new output and then does the next steps. So yeah, so this one I think, yeah, so this is the same data pot, and now we are going into a attribute mapping, actually column level, right? So claims, so my model knows that for an insurance claims table, claims entity, the claim ID is an attribute, policy number is an attribute. So it actually gone and that also done the mapping for me. So this is my actual source column, claim underscore ID, and it mapped to the claim ID, policy number, loss date, status ID, right? And if you look at in our use case, the BMS system, broker management system, is a little bit tricky, right? So this is an address line one. So it's address line one, and so this mapping is done automatically. And now actually what it does is that once this mapping is done, it builds these tables for me. So now I know my entity, and I know what is the columns of this entity as an attribute, right? And it goes and builds those silver tables, silver zone for me. So if I just take claim as an example, so it created this output table for me with all the columns which are attributes, and then it actually created a select query, because I'm using a SQL as a source. So it has created a select query with a join with the 3 different source tables, and then executed that query and loaded in this table. So now your silver table is also ready with your processed information, which contains data from all your 3 different sources, like the item descriptions coming from the item table, claim item table, and the claim status, the status description coming from the claim status table. So now is a one single table with all this. So now you have an analytics model ready. Okay. So users can use this silver zone as well. So, but actually it goes beyond a little bit further now. And so let's go back to my process. So this is output. So this is loading the silver zone, and then so entity mapping. So now what I'm saying is I'm actually invoking my analytics measures mapping, and so this is the API response which I got from my models. So what you're saying is that, okay, for the coverage entity, you can, based on the data what you have, you can calculate premium growth rate. Now it is going a little bit advanced level now, right? So now it's not only working with your columns, it is actually predicting some meaningful insights on your data, which is where your business users or your business is more interested in learning. Okay, so and this way it has predicted 44 different KPIs you can produce from those 12 tables or 7 entities what you have produced, right? So and then it not just produces the measure name. So I have okay, so I'll show you the load one actually. Yeah, so So this one gives you the measured description as well. Okay, what is actually a premium growth rate mean? Okay, the rate at which premium handled by the insurance company for a particular coverage are growing, right? So this is telling you the context, the description about that KPI. So it is generating automatically. So basically what we are using is, so we have a big elephant there out there in the public domain with a huge amount of intelligence, right? OpenAI or other, so large language models. So we are using that intelligence to benefit for the enterprise data, right? So and now, so once this is generated, right? So what our platform doing is that now I have the source information, the entities, tables, and attributes. Now I have a definition for this one, right? Can I write a query which will produce this KPI based on the entities what I have? Seems like it's little possible, right? Because now we are already we have predicted the entities and attributes. Why can't we predict? We also predicted the KPIs. Why can't we actually write a query to generate that KPI values? And so I'll show you a table. So it has loaded, for example, claim close, so broker productivity, I'll show you actually. So it has actually gone ahead and created that final gold models as well. For every KPI, it has created a table, and then it has written a query, and it loaded the table values for that KPI. So now you can get the broker productivity right away for each broker you have. And how do we calculate the broker productivity? If I go back to my, I think, so this is my so internal table which has that which is broker productivity somewhere down the line. It belongs to, yeah, so this is the agent productivity. So same logic we applied for. So agent and broker here is the same entities actually. So this is the definition. The number of policies sold. This is actually coming from the generative models, right? So this is a very the number of policies sold per agent, right? And I'll actually show you a different volume actually. So this is what my model has generated for me. So yeah. So for example, if I take this, the organization, so let's take another example here. I think average claims processing time. Right, so it's a claim status, and so if I found claim processing, yeah, probably this is, yeah. So processing time so average time it takes for a particular adjuster to process a claim. So basically from a claim open to the close, what is the average time? So this actually gone and executed that query. So now, so this is where we are working on it actually. So this is how using the generative intelligence, artificial general intelligence, how we can translate that intelligence which benefits the enterprise data, right? So once we have this final gold layers, right? So what we are doing is that we are giving an API interface which will give some context to train our models, and then it will do the processing each step. And we also have a set of APIs which will actually give you the data output what is as produced. So now you can use our APIs to actually to access the data as well, the output data like KPI numbers and the entities data, and you can use those APIs as a source for your BI tools or anything. So for example, like we built a small Power BI report. A simple Power BI. So this all this data which is in this report. So report is not generated by the platform. Of course, the report has been generated by the users, but the data what is using in this report is all coming from the gold layer, what we have, right? So if you look at all these gold tables. So if you look at the customer retained customers, right? So it's coming from the gold customer retention rate KPI table. So you don't have to do a lot of modeling as well in the BI, because your data modeling and everything already happened in the silver layer and the gold layer. But you can still, using the BI, like in Power BI, you can still do this modeling. If you have a customer ID somewhere common in between two KPI tables, you can join them. But I think the Power BI is capable enough to identify that as well, right? If there are common columns, it will just create a join. So if you look at the end-to-end process, right, what value we are bringing to the customers is that so by this platform, you are setting up a foundation layer, a base reference enterprise analytics model, and an enterprise as well as a gold model that you can begin with. Otherwise, you would have spent at least 6 months or 1 year to build this platform, build the base platform itself, right? And with 12 tables, we are able to predict 44. And if you have in a real world, real scenario where you have like a 300, 400, 500 tables, then you could have predicted like thousands of KPIs. So where your business could have not even imagined that. Okay, they don't even know that you can measure these things unless you tell them, oh yeah, you have a data, you can do it. So now you have a platform at least telling you what you can do with your data. And we are trying to, yeah. Sir. So for now, like our goal is to cover any industry because it's a technological horizontal product, not a industry vertical we're trying to build. Because, but we may face in a real scenario, we may face an industry which completely throws out our concept. But the models what we're building is actually we are very carefully choosing our approaches that we never introduce the industry or a business knowledge into the models development. Rather, let that intelligence come from the data. So the models will actually decide whether I should apply this logic or not. It's not the models, it's not our platform logic. It's actually data is driving that logic. So if you have a niche industry, then you might have a niche data set as well, right? Obviously. So that niche data set will drive that model too. Yeah, so yeah, see, okay, I'll tell you my experience, right? So I'm a data guy like from last 20 years. So I have worked in all, like I can say most of the industries, but end of the day, when I sit back, I just see rows and tables and rows and columns only. What data it is. For me, it's the rows and columns. So my models are going that technical. So I don't of course they may have some business logic, but for as a data analyst, if I throw you a table to you, what you will do basically? So well, like how do you analyze? Like, so I don't give you a context to the business. Okay, what business is this doing? So I give you two tables which has like a couple of millions of records, right? I don't tell you like what industry or anything. What as a technical person, what you will do with the profile, right? So you run some basic queries. You do a count queries. You do a group by queries, okay? And then you join. You check this columns data exists in that column or not. Okay, how much percent of this data is existing? Yeah. So those are completely technical things you are doing, right? Nothing to do with. So that's what we are trying to build in the Flucid. So exactly, right? So but I'm not claiming that the output is 100% accurate, but that's what we're trying to do, right? I think, yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah. So what we are doing to begin with, right, to make the overall solution simple, uh, we are not investing ourselves to build connectors to the different on-prem, different data systems, because our value is on the automation side, right? So what we are asking customers, okay, you bring us all your data into a one common platform, like your data landing zones, like maybe an Azure storage account, okay, and then plug in our APIs to that. Okay, that will simplifies, right? So because we can invest our time and effort to build those connectors. We don't have to, because there are many tools out there which builds those, like Data Factory has the hundreds of connectors. So you use the tools, connect it and bring it to one platform, and then from there you use this platform. Yeah, of course. Like so, it is not a real time. Okay, so it is a batch process. So obviously, so but the output, when the API output, when you call for the report, it is actually getting the data in real time. But the analysis is actually a compute process. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one type of data, because when you look, haven't gone into that much of level, but when you are actually registering that data system API, right? When you're calling the data system API, you are sending that what uh, data storage account and what container this data has actually. So that technical information is also you're sending as part of the API request. So that when my process backend service in the Databricks does the processing, it goes and connects and data gets from the data. And this entire platform is actually a self-hosted scenario. So this is all deployed on a customer environment actually. So it's not a SaaS product because, okay, yeah. No, I like right now, our vision is towards how to enrich the this generative part of the data, like on the other side, right? So we as a company, we are not investing on building connectors to the different sources. Rather than we are focusing on how we can actually enrich the models to predict more accurately rather. So we are putting our energy in that area. So because we have deliberately made the decision because the fact that there are out there many ETL tools which can do that. So we are not replacing any product, any platform. So this platform will just accelerate that one. So we, like, answering to a public domain, no, it will not connect to public data sources. So if you, as a customer, as an organization, you have a public domain data which you're using for your analytics, you bring the data into the landing zone, and then you make a step from there on. Okay, did I answer your questions? Okay. Okay. Does anyone has any more questions? I think so. I think we have 5 more. Yeah, I think we have 5 more minutes, 4 more minutes. So I can take few more questions if you have. I have one last slide actually. So. Yeah. So this one, the tech stack, right? So how we are doing. So so the idea, the innovation is from the Lucid Data Hub, but the compute engines we are using for our model processing is on the Databricks, and we are using the large language models, OpenAI service, and the frameworks we are using in our is basically Microsoft Bot Framework, LangChain. LangChain is pretty much very new in this market. Like it's just a few weeks ago they came up with this. So it's actually enables, it pre-packages your LLM models, and then you can actually create an applications based on the LLM. So like it has a capabilities like to create a chains. It has a capability to actually create a memory objects, context objects. So those things. And the cloud, we are using Microsoft Azure Cloud, where all our solutions are hosted. Okay, including the front end customer facing APIs and all. So one big slide about me. So my background is basically, so I work for, that's what you see a banner over there, right? I used to work for them as a principal architect in the data and AI space. And I'm also an ex-Microsoft employee in the data and AI cloud success team. And so my 20 years of experience, like have worked more than 50 data platforms, so helping them building the data models and analytics models and all. So that made me to actually, so why every customer I go, I do the same stuff. Okay, let's do differently now, right? So we're coming with this product which will, they don't need people like me at the end of the day. Okay, so you can reach me at. You can connect me on the LinkedIn, or you can reach me at my email address. So if you want to learn more, interested in this journey, okay.
I just have one question about the powered by OpenAI. How do you keep it secure?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. So I gather why no one is asking that. So we don't send any customer data to OpenAI, okay? And we just send we actually create the prompts in such a manner which are general in nature. Okay, so no customer specific information is sent, and also on top of it, so this is a self-hosted environment. So everything, the product is packaged and hosted in the customer's Azure tenant, their own environment. So we are going to use the customer's OpenAI service, their own service. Right? So it's actually even the OpenAI. It's an Azure OpenAI, I would have called it, right? So even the OpenAI connections are not going outside of your tenant. It's still inside your Azure tenant. So it's a Azure OpenAI, which is part of your own tenant. So no data goes outside. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Am I on now? How's that? Yeah? You can hear me? Yay. I thought I was worried I was going to be up against one of the AI talks and there was going to be 2 of you in here. So good. Nice work, everyone. Are we just ready to kick off anytime? All right. Well, welcome everybody to the Global Azure Bootcamp 2023 version in Toronto. Just acknowledge, I'm sure they've been acknowledged, but we can't acknowledge them enough. Our sponsors, Adastra and ObjectSharp, for helping us out today. And they're just right outside this room. So as you leave, you can stop by and say hello and learn all about them. Well worth the effort to do so. So I'm going to give you a little talk on the GitHub Enterprise Importer. Does everybody know what the GitHub Enterprise Importer is? Yeah, one person. Okay, how many people in the room use Azure DevOps? Oh, wow. Bitbucket? GitHub. Everybody's a GitHub. Okay, so you're going to be well tooled up to help somebody integrate Azure DevOps with GitHub after this talk. Essentially, what the GitHub Enterprise Importer is a command line tool that lets us migrate from one tool into GitHub. So it'll go from Bitbucket or from Azure DevOps or from another GitHub org. So if you've just set up a GitHub Enterprise using Enterprise Managed Users and you previously were using GitHub organizations with private accounts and you want to get all your repos over into the new one, then this is a great way to move them along with live PRs and the whole history and everything in the repo. But I'm going to concentrate on Azure DevOps because that's what I do. I'm a DevOps guy mostly, and I do a lot of Azure DevOps consulting and a lot of GitHub consulting. So I've been helping customers who want to use Azure DevOps and GitHub together. My name is Dave Lloyd. I am a founding partner of ObjectSharp, which is one of our sponsors here today. I didn't find out that they were a sponsor until somebody sent me the slide, which was very nice, but that's not that I didn't need to be told. It's just, I found it amusing that I didn't know. You can reach me on Medium. I have a blog that I write on Medium. I'm going to refer to some of those articles because I wrote a bunch of articles on this tool. So I'll give you some links to those at the end. LinkedIn I use quite a bit. I'm also, I don't know if you were here this morning, first thing, one of my cohorts, Max Yermakinov, was doing a talk from Russia, and him and I run the Toronto Enterprise DevOps User Group. So we have a made-up site, about 3,000 members, and we hold a meeting once a month on various enterprise DevOps topics. And there's one next Thursday at the Central Logic office, and there's at 55 York, and there's going to be one June 27th, I believe is the date, right here, probably in this room, I think. Or you can also reach me on Twitter, but I use Twitter less and less since that Elon guy took over. He's kind of annoying, so it's kind of dropped at the bottom of my list, but it's still there. So what this talk is not about, I want to be totally clear. I am not trying to tell you that Azure DevOps is better than GitHub or GitHub is better than Azure DevOps, or that you should get off of Azure DevOps and go to GitHub. That is not the premise here. I don't want you to go back and say to anybody, well, Dave showed us this cool tool that lets us migrate from Azure DevOps to GitHub, and because we should be getting off of Azure DevOps. That is definitely not true. They're both fantastic tools. Azure Repos is a great product, as is GitHub. They both have their own strengths. But they also work very well together. So what this talk is to show you how to use GitHub Enterprise Importer when you want the benefit of Azure DevOps and GitHub working together. So I'm going to show you some cool ways to move repos over and connect the two so that your pipelines are still in Azure DevOps and maybe your Azure boards are still there. So, personal opinion, I'll throw it out there. GitHub is an awesome tool for repos. The PR experience is really good. When it comes to project management, the projects that you can set up and issues, it's okay. It certainly isn't going to manage a team of people, and if you have any kind of project management, they're not going to go for it. It's not going to work there. Azure DevOps, on the other end, has some really great tools around boards and work management, and the pipelines is rich and mature and really fantastic. Actions is good. Actions is probably better or will be better someday. It's got cooler features, but it's just getting there, right? It's still newish. So working with the two of them together is great. I mean, even if you're going to move your pipelines over to Actions, that's going to take a lot longer than this is. This is a quick win. I can get my repos up into GitHub and start that process of moving over to GitHub if that's my choice and that's what I want to do. So the goal for today, we've got 45 minutes, 50 at the tops, because my buddy Ricardo is going to be in this room talking at 2, and I want to give him a couple of minutes to get set up. So we got to get through a bunch of stuff. But our goal for today is to migrate a repo from Azure DevOps into GitHub. We're going to disable that repo in Azure DevOps so that nobody continues to work on it. We're going to rewire the pipeline that uses that repo from Azure Pipelines up into GitHub. We're going to create a couple of teams in GitHub, and we're going to give those teams access to the new repo. And we're going to do all this with a command line tool using a script. So I'm going to walk you through how the tool works and what the different options are, and then we'll run one script and make it all happen. Now, just to prove there's no smoke and mirrors, so here's where we're going to. This is the My Shuttle org I've got. The only thing in here is one repo called GitHub Migrations, and that's the one that we're actually going to be working from. So the one that we're migrating isn't in here. And then over in Azure DevOps, I've got a couple of repos. So there's one repo called scripts, and there's one called shuttle service, and they each have a build. So there's a scripts build and a shuttle service build. Simple as that. So what we're going to try and do is migrate the repos in here into GitHub, but leave the pipelines running, working from Azure DevOps. Okay? Seem reasonable? Seem like something we can manage in 45 minutes or so? So what do you need to do this? So you need the GitHub CLI, which you can just go and download, easy to find. I'm not going to spend lots of time explaining how to get tools. I'm sure you can figure that out. So you want to install the GitHub CLI, and then there's an extension called ADO to GitHub. There's also one called GEI, and there's one for Bitbucket, and there's a bunch of extensions that you add on to the GitHub CLI and run from there. You're going to need a couple of personal access tokens, one for GitHub and one for Azure DevOps. Again, I'm not going to show you how to create an Azure personal access token. I'm sure you can figure that out. If anybody is really unsure, come and see me after. I'm happy to show you. And then we're going to take the Azure Pipelines GitHub app and service connection. And let me just, I'm not going to go into tons of detail about that other than to say I've installed it. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So in my GitHub org, I have, whoa, we're scrolling fast. I've got GitHub apps, and I've installed an Azure Boards and an Azure Pipelines app in GitHub, and oh my. Let's get this over with so that we don't have to do it again. So I've installed this guy, and it becomes my connection to between Azure DevOps and GitHub. So what I can do is so this is my Azure Pipelines app. I've got it set up that it has, or all the repositories have access to it. And if we go over and look in Azure DevOps, I actually have I have a service connection in here, which is a connection to my employee services org in GitHub. So when I installed the app in GitHub, it said, hey, we're going to create a service connection in Azure DevOps, and that whole flow now is set up and connected and ready to use. I'll show you where we use it in a little bit. But so that is the other thing that we needed, and I've already got it all set up. Like I said, I'm not going to go through too much detail in showing you some of these setups because it's separate from the tool itself. So if anybody has a question, please come and see me after. So the command itself, let's have a quick look at let's go in and have a look at what I've got. So everybody see my screen okay? I got big enough font for you? Beautiful. So we're looking at the GitHub ADO to GitHub is the extension, and we'll just take a look at the version we're running. So I'm running version .42. You can find this guy if we go have a look in GitHub under GitHub GEI. So this is the tool itself. So this is where it's just a command line tool. It's just an executable. There's no big install. Stick it somewhere in your path and run it, and away you go. Or no, sorry, that was the old version. Sorry. So the original version, that's what you did now. You just have to, there is an install. You install it into the GitHub CLI. So you run the GitHub CLI. All your instructions are right here. Depending on the version that you grab, it changes often. Warning. So they're continuously working on it. I don't even think it's completely public. I know I was kind of given permission to talk about it here and at other talks and to blog about it. But I think there's versions out there that they're still working on that they haven't publicly launched yet. But depending on I'm assuming if you're going to use this, you're going to go and get the latest version. But if you have an older version, just watch out. There's quite a big difference between them. And every time you upgrade, just read the notes if you're going to grab a new version, because things change rapidly. Back into let me go back in here. So I've got, actually, if we look at what version of GitHub have I got? So my GitHub CLI, I'm running version 2.20.2, and I'm running version .42 of ADO to GitHub. So the first thing you might want to do, if you were going to be migrating over to Azure DevOps, or over to GitHub from Azure DevOps, one of the things you might want to know is, well, what have I got to migrate? What am I moving? So this is kind of a cool little feature that wasn't there at the very beginning. I wrote a whole bunch of scripts to do this, and then they added it to the product. But there's an inventory report command that I can use, and I can point it at either my instance of Azure DevOps, or I can just point it to my ADO PAT, and then any organization that PAT has access to, it will inventory it. So let me just show you what this looks like when we do it. If I go into, tell you what, switching me, I think I'm going to do it that way. That's much better. So in here, I'm going to do a GitHub ADO to GitHub inventory. If I spell it right, there we go. Look at Copilot helping me out. Inventory report, ADO org Deloitte. So I'm just pointing at my Azure DevOps organization. So look at, now we can find out with the logs. So every time you run something, it's going to generate logs. You can see over here on the side, there's some logs going on, and we can see what just happened, because this ran inner exception. Are you, did I lose my, interesting. Gotta love it when it worked 5 seconds ago and now it doesn't, eh? Make sure that I am connected. Oh, I must be connected because we were just on GitHub. So I'll just do a quick, everybody do not look. Yep, I will, don't worry. They're rotated all the time, just in case that was the issue. Could I leave them on the screen any longer? There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Make sure that it wasn't just my ending pipelines. Okay, well, I guess maybe it was. Maybe I just lost my connection at some point. So what this guy is doing, he's going out and finding all my organizations, all my team projects, all my repos, and all my pipelines that I want to migrate. So if you look here, see there's an orgs.csv with my organization in it, and then of course I've got my team projects. So inside my Azure DevOps org, I've got a whole bunch of team projects that I might want to migrate over. And then I've got my repos. And it's giving me stuff like, how many pipelines does this repo have? And the size of the repo, because you can only migrate up to a 1 gig repo, I think it is. And then you've got your pipelines. And this is nice too, because it gives me my pipelines and tells me what repo's using them. So I could take these CSV files and build myself a script that reads through them and iterates over all my inventory, migrating everything for me. Right? Very easily. Very, very easily. So let's go clean up all that mess for 1 minute. Another piece that we have, or another command that we have that can be useful, not necessarily one that I would use. I'll tell you why. But this is the generate script command. So let's say we've run the inventory command. We've gathered up a bunch of information. We know what we're going to migrate, how we're going to migrate it. So now we could actually let the tool generate the scripts to do the migration for us. And it has different arguments that you can pass in. So there's arguments about scope, what's the ADO organization, what's the team project that we're using. There's behavioral stuff, where to put the output, whether or not it should be sequential, that kind of thing. And then we got commands to say, well, what do you want me to generate? What do you want me to generate a script to do? So this is kind of cool. Let me show you what it can do. So if we take a look at a pretty simple call. So let's go down here. Let's take so I'm just going to do a migrate, and I'm going to call this is a synchronous or an asynchronous migration. So there's an argument you can pass to tell it that, I'll show you that in a minute, called -sequence, that says, do I want to migrate all my repos synchronously, like migrate one, do some other stuff, migrate another one, do some other stuff? Or do I want to kick off a whole bunch of migrations and then as they finish up, do the other stuff? Oh man, are we going to do this every time? Why are you acting up? Anybody got a clue what I am getting here? Or why the network is giving me trouble? Or it's just intermittent, okay. When it doesn't work, run it again. That's the key. That's what we're going to do from now on. So I ran that, and you'll see it generated this migrate async, and it's just a fancy PowerShell script that's going to do your migrations. And if you look at, we go down through all the functions and stuff that it wrote, you can checks to make sure you got your paths and everything, and that's all set up. And then we get into the migrations. So here it's calling. So here we go, GitHub ADO migrate repo, blah blah blah, and right at the end it's going to have this queue only. And that queue only means to queue it up and let it do it asynchronously. And it will run it will migrate all the repos that I asked it to find. So based on the scope that I gave it, you see it's found a whole bunch of stuff. It's doing a whole bunch of migrations. And then it's going to wait for all those migrations to finish. So when the migration kicks off, it generates a migration ID, returns that back to you, and then you can go and wait for that migration ID to be completed, check for its status. I mean, it's fine. I could see where it might be useful. The issue I have with it is there's a lot of other stuff that I want to do. I realize that the tool doesn't do everything that I need. I still want to change the branch protection, set in the GitHub org or repos, I want to set certain properties. I want to set topics, add topics to them. There's a whole bunch of things that it doesn't do in the migration that I want to do during my migration. So I like to kick everything off synchronously so that I got control over what happens in between. So if we took another script, so here's a synchronous, and you can see I'm telling it I want to do it sequential. And if I run this guy, fingers crossed it runs with, see? Going to hurt if it's going to do this every time. Come on. Come on, you can do, yeah, look at that, number 2. Okay, so now I've got, so that generated a synchronous script, and you can see it looks a bunch different than the other one we did. Same stuff at the top, you know, that's all good. But then here's my migrations. So it's like, I only have 2 in that organization, but it just said, I'm gonna migrate this, and it doesn't have that weight on it, or that queue only. So it's going to migrate, come back, let me do some other stuff, migrate another one, come back and let me do some other stuff. So, and if we, back on the slide, I mentioned that there's a bunch of commands. So you can tell it what you want it to generate a script to do. So I'm going to run one for you and just show you what kind of power this thing has. So let's go and run it for all. So I'm going to do a sequential all, and it's going to generate a script. And you can see now this guy, see what it's doing? It's going to create teams for me. It's going to lock the ADO repo so nobody can edit it. It's going to migrate it, then disable it. Then it's going to set up Azure boards to link to GitHub. And then it's going to add the teams that I created to that repo. And it's going to integrate my boards. And then it's going to download some logs, and it's going to start all over with the second one. So it's going to build up a whole script of all the things. So this was a great way when I got started doing this. I was migrating a large customer, and I kind of, you know, it sort of gave me a starting point. It's like, okay, well, these are all good things that I need to do. And then I had to figure out what I need to insert in between them. But a great, great starting point and a great way to generate. And you can use this guy to generate migrations for you quite easily. Any questions about that? Does it make sense? All right. So generate script. So the next command is the migrate repo command. So this is the one where we actually migrate a repo. First thing to, like I've already talked about, to wait or not to wait. I'm a fan of wait. If you don't want to, that's fine. You'll need to use the queue only and the wait for migration commands. But for me, I'm all about waiting. A couple of commands that go along with the migration command that are useful. Lock ADO repo. So what that does is it takes your repo in Azure DevOps and it sets the project valid users permissions on that repo to read only. So it just blanketly says nobody can edit this repo. So, which is a smart move if you're moving it into GitHub and you want to start using it from there. And then disable repo, we'll just disable the repo in Azure DevOps. And the other thing that happens is not a command, but when you migrate a repo up in GitHub, there will be a migration log as an issue in the GitHub repo. Can you watch my time for me? So let's migrate one really quick. We'll migrate and then we'll do a full one later. But so here's a migration command. You can see the highlighted piece. So GitHub ADO migrate repo. So my org, my project, my repo is scripts. The GitHub org is my shuttle, and I'm going to call the new repo new script. So this is just going to do a super simple migration. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the network behaves. So you can see it's waiting. It takes a few minutes to do it. So we'll get this waiting 10 seconds. This might come up a couple of times until it's done because we decided to wait for it. But if we go over, shouldn't take too long, but if we go over to GitHub, we can probably see the repo already there. There you go. Now I've got 2 repos. And there's the new scripts repo been migrated into GitHub. So the nice thing is it comes over complete history, even active PRs, open PRs, you know, everything comes over with it. Go back and see how we're doing. It's still doing something over here. And I'm going to just get ready to run this one. So this is the disable ADO repo. I'll show you what this guy does really quick. There we go. So it's finished migrating. So it's migrated the repo up. So let me just grab this guy and run it. So, yeah, you're going to be like that, aren't you? So if we go back over into Azure DevOps and have a look at my repo, you can see it's disabled. So nobody can get at it now. So just playing it safe, right? I've migrated my repo from Azure DevOps into GitHub, and now I set it to disabled so that nobody will go there and grab a branch and make a PR and try doing anything. So I still have builds, though, that built from that old repo, and they're not going to work now because I didn't know that they were working with. So what I want to do in here is migrate my pipelines. So this is where that service connection ID comes in. So let me just really quickly talk a little bit about that. So there's a command called share service connection. So the service connection is an object in Azure DevOps that lets us connect out to other things, right? Azure, GitHub, whatever. So I'm using one that's connecting me to GitHub. And that service connection, when it got created by installing the Azure Pipelines application in GitHub, ended up in one of my team projects on Azure DevOps. But in Azure DevOps, I might need to migrate a whole bunch of projects, right? Like if we go look at if we look in, so here's my Azure DevOps, and I've got a whole bunch of projects. So maybe I'm migrating all of them over. So the problem is I've got this service connection that's sitting in employee services, and I need it in all of them because my builds are going to be, I'm going to migrate the builds over. So, or repoint the builds actually. So if I go look at security on this guy, you can see I can share him. He has I can give other projects permission to share this service connection, right? I can just click this little plus sign over here, so I can do all this manually. It's fine, right? But remember, we're trying to automate things. I've got a script that I'm building up, so I can migrate that over to another project. That's all wonderful. However, when I do that, the name of the service connection is going to be different. And this is a really subtle thing that I'm about to stop you from getting messed up on. So I wouldn't use the service connection part of the tool. I would just skip it. I wrote another script that uses the REST API, and the reason is, and this depends on my implementation, but the reason is the customer I was doing this for has one repository and one project that is a set of YAML templates for all their builds and releases. Anybody use Azure Pipelines? So have you got a nice big templated repo full of YAML that all your builds and releases use? Beautiful. So you're familiar with this problem, right? So in the top of all my Azure Pipeline YAML files, I've got this resources repositories. And of course, this is what it looks like when I want to point to a repo in Azure DevOps. So if I now go and migrate to GitHub, it's going to look like this. And I need an endpoint. I need a service connection to say, oh, and hey, build, or Azure Pipelines, here's where you're going to go get the templates from. They're up in GitHub. So you need this, and you need a service connection. And if the service connection name changes in every project that I migrate to, then my script isn't as good. Right now, my script has to know that it's changing names with every project. So you can use that connection or that command, but just be aware that in each project, the service connection is going to have a different name. There's an article on Medium that I wrote that explains this whole thing and gives you the script to do it yourself. So you can do it to give it the same name in every project, and it makes your life a lot easier down the road. So the answers are there for you. All you got to do is go find them. I don't know if we're sharing slides. Are we sharing slides at the end? No, no, we already mentioned it, but maybe. If we do, all these links will be in mine. So does that make sense? The service connection? there was a lot there. And I probably didn't have to, I could have skimmed over all that stuff and just said, this is how you create a shared service connection, but I didn't want you to get trapped by the same thing I did. So the really cool thing that we're going to do, though, is rewire the pipeline. So our build, our GitHub repo is, our repo is now in GitHub, but the build in Azure DevOps is still pointing to the old build. And what we want to do is repoint it over to the new one. So we can use the rewire pipeline command for that. So here's the command here. So GitHub ADO, rewire pipeline, right? And give it all the scope that it needs, the org, the team project, the name of the pipeline, and then the target is going to, and there's my service connection ID. So that is the ID of my service connection in Azure DevOps. Easy to get to, just go to the service connection, look up at the URL, and you'll see the ID of it. And if I run this, and it works first time, fingers crossed, yay, that one worked first time. And we go take a look in at our build. So if I go to my scripts build, you'll see now, let's just edit this guy. Really? Thank you. And let me just go to triggers. We'll take a look at source, and you can see now it is pointing to GitHub and my new scripts up on, well, that's simple, just one command. So you can imagine you can start to write a set of scripts that just do that. Somebody says, hey, I need this repo, and you have a script that all you have to do is pass it the name of a repo and let it go, and it does everything. It can call the inventory to command to figure out what its builds are if you want it to, right? All that stuff can be totally automated. So let's jump back really quick here. Only a couple of things. How are we doing for time, Ricardo? No, he's pointing at a blank screen for me. I love it. A couple other commands that we can run. There's a create team command, which will create a team. Oh, that's how long I've been doing it, or how long I have left? That's what you have left. That's counting down. Okay, perfect. So there's a create team command for creating teams in GitHub. Super nice. I love this. I love it, except that I would find that most of the time, especially if I'm in an enterprise, how many people are using GitHub Enterprise? How many people have enterprise managed users enabled on their enterprise? It's wonderful, right? Do we love it? Yep. Yep. Great question. It's not. So my first slide, I think you came in after. I said I am not trying to tell anybody they should or have to move from Azure DevOps to GitHub. I'm just giving you kind of the tools that if you want the two to work together. And there's no reason for you to have to go to GitHub. None. If you're using Azure DevOps and you're happy there, it is getting all kinds of love from Microsoft. They're adding features all the time, and there's no reason. Azure Repos is a fantastic tool. I love it. Like I said before, it's got a couple of features and ways that it works that I like way better than what GitHub does. And GitHub has some things. I wish they'd kind of share notes, and well, they probably do, but I wish they'd move some of those things, up and down the pipeline between the two of them. I think if you want to get using actions, that might get you into GitHub. But the PR experience is just as good in both. I've got no great reason for you to move. If at some point, you you decide you want to have some kind of hybrid, a lot of times, so I'll tell you a lot of times what will happen is all the developers coming out of school now, I've been doing this 40 years. And I can remember back in the day when we used to argue over what was the best source control tool. Now there's only one source control tool, right? Like there's Git. It's just I don't know if something else will come along one day. Probably will. Probably Copilot will do it for me. I don't know. But something will come along and take over from Git. But there was a long time where, I used to flip from client to client, going between TFVC, SVN, CVS. You had to know them all.
Yeah.
PVCS, not anymore. So, and the same thing is with Git, right? Everybody comes out of school and it's like, well, GitHub, we all use GitHub. Why aren't we just using GitHub? That's what I know. That's what I want to use. That's what I've been taught. And you can have a nice hybrid where all your pipelines and your boards and your test plans and everything else is still in Azure DevOps, but some of your repos live in GitHub. Some of them are in Azure repos, some of them are in GitHub. Why, you don't have to care anymore as much. Good enough reason? A little reason? So we can create teams, but if you've got GitHub Enterprise with EMU, Enterprise Managed Users, you don't have a need anymore for private accounts in GitHub. Everybody is connected to your Azure Active Directory. That Azure Active Directory tenant can have an application, a GitHub Enterprise app assigned or connected to it that all your Azure Active Directory groups go into, and then they get provisioned down into GitHub, and you can link them with your GitHub team. So it'll actually, you can create the team, create the Azure Active Directory group, link them in GitHub, and now anybody you add to Azure Active Directory automatically ends up in GitHub. Everything's controlled from Azure Active Directory. So if you're doing all that, or you're using Terraform or something to create those teams, then you're probably not going to use this command line to create the teams. That's all I'm, probably not. If you're an enterprise, it's less likely. But it's available, works fantastic. I'm going to show you, I'll use it today. And maybe you're not in a big enterprise with EMU. Maybe you're just having a GitHub org that's just cloud. And then this is a super useful tool though, an add team to repos. So now, once I create my team, I can then give that team access to the repo. Now, when you call this on the command line, you have to give it these names, admin, maintain, push, pull, and triage. In the GitHub UI, they're called write and read. But on the command line in the API, they're called push and pull. Ours is to wonder why they wouldn't give them the same, but let's not worry about it. Just realize that write is push. So let's take a quick look at what happens when I do that. So if I go to, there's my pipeline. Oh, I ran the pipeline. Sorry, Teams run. I apologize. Let me go to Teams. So so here I can create a couple of teams. Right, just ADO create. I'm not going to do it because in a minute we're going to do it for real, so we'll do it in a sec. But the commands are that simple: GitHub ADO to GitHub, create team, and give it my org and my team name. Simple as that. It'll create a team in GitHub for me. Then here I can pass the add team to repo just by giving it my GitHub org, my repo, the team that I want to give access to, and then the role I want to give them. So whether it's push, pull, maintain, triage. Okay? That's simple. So we'll run one in a minute, and I'll show you the whole deal going together. Okay. So to pull it all together, we'll walk through a script. So I gave you all kinds of little pieces, and it's quick because we only have so many minutes here to do this. But what we want to do is have a script that is going to migrate a repo from Azure DevOps to GitHub. We're going to disable that repo in Azure DevOps so that nobody works on it in Azure DevOps anymore. They now work on the GitHub version. We're going to rewire the pipeline to use that new repo in GitHub. We're going to add a couple of teams, an architect and developer team, and then we're going to grant rights to those teams. So let's run that. Let me get rid of this for a minute. So I'm going to actually, let me show you the script first of all. Let me clean up a little bit here. Clean up some of my junk. So here's my migrate final script. So here we go. I'm gonna walk you through a sample. So, I've showed you lots of things that you can do with it, but when it boils down to it, here's what I kind of came up with as a way to do this. So I've got a script. I'm going to pass it 2 parameters: the Azure DevOps repo and the project that it lives in. Now, I could have gotten clever and, I could have generated my inventory and then had this call those CSV files and read that info in and that. But just as a blanket starting point, let's make a migration script where I pass it those. I have an optional parameter where I can name the repo. But in my script here, I'm going to name the repo with project dash repo name. I'm going to put the project name in front of it. So imagine, and the reason I did that, we don't have a whiteboard, do we? The reason we did that, I'm doing that is because GitHub and Azure DevOps, the way you map them, they both, so GitHub has a well, I've lost the name of it now, an enterprise, and Azure DevOps has an organization. They're kind of equal, right? They're the highest level. Then Azure DevOps has team projects, and GitHub has organizations. And they're not really equal. They're kind of funny, because you could put, you could create an org for every team project you had in Azure DevOps if you were migrating over, or you could probably just put everything in one org, which in a GitHub world would be easier. In Azure DevOps, it was kind of, I wouldn't even do it in Azure DevOps. I'd probably have one team project for my whole organization. So I'd probably have one org as well. But if I am coming from multiple team projects, I might have repos that have the same name in multiple projects. And what I want to do is bring them over, and I want to make sure that they're unique and I know the context that they came from, or maybe it was a team before. So if I put the team project name in front of it, then that'll keep its context from Azure DevOps. So, and then ADO build is the name of the build in Azure DevOps. But I'm going to make that optional as well, because I always name my builds repo name build. So therefore, since I use that as a convention, my script can be smart enough to just do it for me. So let's look. So I'm checking for my ADO path and my GitHub path to make sure I got those. I'm setting up my organization for ADO and GitHub, because I'm going to need those. They could be passed in just as well, or set as environment variables. I've got my service connection ID. Again, that could be pulled in from somewhere. Often, if I'm migrating a whole bunch of things, I'll have another PowerShell script that has all those that I just set them up as variables for all the scripts. And then here's if ADO build, or if GitHub repo is null, then make GitHub repo the project and the ADO repo name, just like I mentioned. And then same with if build is null, then make the build name ADO repo plus the word build. So those are my defaults. Otherwise, I can override them by passing them in. Make sense? Simple enough? So there we go. So first I'm going to migrate the repo, and it's, whatever repo I'm passing in for whatever project, blah, 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 right? Everything's parameterized because I'm in a script that I can call for anything. Here's my ADO repo, my ADO org, my GitHub repo name. Then I check the last exit code. If it's equal to 1, then something went wrong, and I want to stop right there because I don't want to carry on adding teams and stuff or disabling things that didn't get migrated. So we'll check for that. And then if migration passed, then I'm going to carry on with my script. I'm going to disable the ADO repo. I'm going to rewire my pipeline. I'm going to create a couple of teams. I'm going to add those teams to the repo. There's all kinds of things that I might want to do. I'll talk about some more of them in a minute. So let's try this guy. Hubsify. So migrate final repo. I should have let it finish off what I had there. It was going to finish it for me, wasn't it? Let's let it do it. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to migrate the shuttle service repo from the employee services ADO project. So let's let that run. What have I done? Done. Oh. Great, final, okay. Migrate final repos. Okay. So now it's starting to do its thing. Fingers crossed it makes it through without losing network. I got 6 minutes until 10:02 or till the hour? 5:02, okay. I may use those. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to jump back. Oh, man. Migration failed. Try it again. I'm having some kind of network thing going on here. I don't know what it is. Come on, you can do it. Luckily, my second talk doesn't have scripts I need to run. Oh, did I? Hold on a minute. I wonder if, let me make sure everything is okay over here. Scripts. Shuttle service. It's still shuttle service. Have I spelled it wrong? Have I done something silly like that? Nope. ADO repo is shuttle service and the project is employee services, and that should be good. It even ran on the train coming in this morning. No, it's not liking shuttle. Okay, well, we won't waste our time. You got to see it do it once, just not in the whole script. But there's all kinds of things that you might want to do inside that script. You might want to add code owners. So I just added a team to it. I gave the team rights, so maybe I want to add that team into code owners to say, these are the people that need to do PRs. And given that, I might want to add branch protection. And I might want to add topics so people can find my repo easily. Or I might want to update the repo settings to decide if I want to do squash merge or, all kinds of different things. So none of those things are done by the GitHub Enterprise importer. I mean, maybe it will come at some point. Branch protection, it is smart enough in an enterprise, not in an org, but in a GitHub Enterprise, it is smart enough to take the branch policies from Azure DevOps and try to equate them as branch protection in GitHub, which is nice. But it still may not, they're two different products. The branch protection is slightly different. You may change your mind on how you want to do it. So it's kind of nice to be able to do it a little bit differently. And if you look, I've got an article in Medium for each one of these. If you look up Dave K. Lloyd in Medium, I think it is, I got all kinds of articles up there on doing migrations. There's one on GitHub. There's 4 or 5 on GitHub. Essentially, the presentation I just gave. And then there's various ones that show you other things like repo settings and branch protection and that kind of thing. And they're all, I'm a PowerShell guy, so they're all in PowerShell. And if you look at, just to give you an example, branch protection, it's that easy, right? I mean, you set up a branch, I set up a JSON file with the way I want branch protection to look in GitHub like that, and then just make a call to the API to do repos, and for whatever branches I find, whether it's master, main, and just set up my branch protection by passing it that way. So the API is super powerful, really easy to use. One of the easiest APIs I've ever tried to get a hold of and use. You can do a lot of these commands a lot of these things on the command line as well with the GitHub CLI tool. So that's also an option. So generally my migration script, the end shot of that is that it's a culmination of the GitHub ADO to GitHub tool plus a bunch of my scripts calling the API and the GitHub command line all together sort of in a mesh that ends up giving me what I need to do my larger migrations. And that's it, just in time. So thanks very much. I appreciate your time. I hope you find it useful. If you ever get to the point where you're stuck with migrating somebody from ADO to GitHub, you know the tools out there. You can always give me a shout or come back and look for this presentation. And I hope you're having a good day. Thanks. All right. Get rid of these. All right. Ricardo, you are setting up. Hello, hello.
All right. I was waiting for your signal. All right, we still have 1 minute to go, but let's just talk a little bit. Serverless everything. Who is already using serverless services in their day-to-day? Who think it's a very mysterious thing to have serverless things? All right, we have a mystery guy. Yeah. All right, so it's 2 o'clock, so I'll get going. Welcome to Global Azure here in Toronto. Thank you for Microsoft for lending the offices. Thank you to amazing sponsors. If you haven't gone and talked to them, Shinton is a great guy from CenturyLogic. I am with ObjectSharp, CenturyLogic company. So you can talk to me after the talk, or with Chintan, or Denise if she's still there. Adastra, another amazing partner. You can go and talk to them. All right, so we're going to talk about serverless everything. I love serverless, and I try to incorporate it in any architecture that I see a good fit for. My name is Ricardo Cobo, and I'm a principal consultant at ObjectSharp. My main thing is LinkedIn. I'm not as social as Dave. So feel free to reach out, connect, ask questions. I'm up for anything. All right, so I'm a developer at heart. So that's how I grew up, doing a lot of development. And this is me. This is the image of me when I'm developing. It's a very creative process. And this is my new hobby. My new hobby is spending hours and hours in Midjourney doing AI images. That's the actual prompt for that image. I was looking for an image that would represent what I wanted to say. I didn't want to infringe on any copyright, so I infringe in other ways. So I know it's a big debate. But this is me developing. This is me thinking about infrastructure. This is me thinking about networking and the size of the servers and how many servers I need. I just don't enjoy that part. It's sometimes needed, so get yourself a good infrastructure buddy. But if you like, if you take a like to serverless, I think you're gonna need them less and less. All right, so this is the agenda for today. We're going to start talking a little bit about serverless, and the idea is that I'm going to present you a scenario and then show you some tools or some services serverless that would allow you to go towards that. Then we'll do some reference architecture, and as I show you the services, I'll do a little bit of overview of what that service is. We're not going to have time to go very deep into each one of those, but I just want to get you curious about what they are and what is their main purpose. And then we'll talk quickly about other services that make everything better. So serverless is basically the next level of abstraction over the physical server. It allows you to focus more on the business logic, as you don't have to worry too much about what supports everything. It is obvious that at the end of the day, this is serverless is running in some physical server somewhere. The idea is that you don't need to worry about where it is or how it's managed. So normally when we're thinking serverless, we're thinking no infrastructure management. Normal is instant and event-driven scalability. So you can start from scale from 0 to as many instances of your thing that you need, be it a program or a database or whatever. And one of the big things is that you pay per use. For example, a function that executes for 3 seconds, you pay for 3 seconds. You don't need to pay for a server somewhere waiting to execute. So your compute power, it's charged for you by the second. So when I first did a talk at Object Sharp about serverless, it was all about functions. But today, serverless means much more. There's logic apps. There's databases that run serverless. There is event things and API management services. There is ways to run your containers that are serverless. Container instance is one. Container apps is another one. There is serverless ways to run your web application. So it's a static web apps, kind of like a CDN type of service that will host your web app. So there is a whole ecosystem of serverless services that allows you to kind of put together a very compelling architecture. So a very, very simple scenario, but a very, very common still, is that you have a user interface, some sort of web API, and a database. That's very, very simple. So on a serverless point of view, you can have this with a static web app, for example, running your React.js, functions for your web API, and Cosmos DB as your database. And just like that, you have a serverless architecture that meets your needs. So these are specific services in Azure that fulfill that function. So web apps will be the front end, functions the middle tier or the web API, and the database will be Cosmos. But other clouds have similar offerings that will allow you to do the same thing. So we will go and then talk a little bit about each one of these, and then I'll show them on the portal, and hopefully you can get a little familiar with those, and then we'll go into other scenarios. So static web app it's basically a CDN for your web applications. It has global hosting, provides a very, very good end-to-end development experience. It's already hooked up to do your CI/CDs out of GitHub or DevOps or whatever your thing is, and it's a fully managed and cost-effective service. So it has a built-in Azure Functions if you decide to do that, and it is a fairly new product that is continuously evolving. They added database connections recently, and there is a very agile team. They put out a lot of new features very quickly. Azure Functions, it's something, anybody has used Azure Functions before? You basically write a piece of code and upload it, and you just say, run this whenever it's invoked. It normally has a single responsibility. It's very short-lived. Normally stateless, and I put an asterisk there because there are ways to make it none, like stateful. And it normally supports event-driven and scalable, and is auto-scalable. So for example, you have an endpoint for an HTTP. If you hit it once, then it's going to have one instance of that running. But if you write this, if you suddenly got an influx of incoming requests, and now you have 1 million in 1 minute, the service itself is going to scale to support according to your needs. And it scales out and scales back in as well. So In here, I put an asterisk on stateless. So normally a function is stateless, but as it become more and more popular, people started looking more and more uses for it. So Azure durable functions were introduced where there is an orchestrator that gets triggered, and that orchestrator can trigger other functions and manage the state of the request. So very, very common architecture pattern is fan out, fan in. You fan out a bunch of tasks and then wait for them to complete, to continue. So in this scenario, the orchestrator would receive the request and fan out action functions, and then wait for them to finish, and then come back into the orchestrator function to finish the overall process. As you can imagine, that requires state management. So durable functions allow you to do a lot of patterns, and it manages its own state. All right, so now the database, Cosmos DB is NoSQL database. It's built for mission critical applications. It guarantees speed at any scale. And it also allows you the possibility to interact with it with many APIs. So if you come from the Mongo world, you could say, I want to use Azure DB, but with the Mongo interface. Or I think the native one is SQL, but you could also do Graph, or even recently they introduced, like you could treat it as a PostgreSQL, but it's actually Cosmos DB on the background. Any questions so far? All right. So this is what we were talking about: static web app, functions, and Cosmos DB. So now I want to introduce you to this little tool that Microsoft has released. It's called ASD. So it's the Azure Developer CLI, and it will allow you to build, provision, and deploy something like this with two simple commands on a command line. So it's called Azure Developer CLI, and it has several templates that you can deploy. And the idea, the way that I use this is like a great learning tool. It's a learning tool that is gonna actually build, provision, and deploy this into Azure for you, and then you can review the scripts that were used to deploy it. You can review the configuration of these services on the portal, and it's just a great way to do it. So I want to demo that for you guys. So let me go into here. So all right, so to be able to use this, you need to have the Azure CLI. So the Azure CLI, if you work with Azure, and how many people work with Azure, you will be very, very useful with the Azure CLI. So the Azure Developer CLI is kind of an extension on it. In fact, before we used to use it with AZ Dev, but now it's its own thing. And it gives you a few templates that you can use. they kind of changed it lately, and it's not formatted very well. So let me just do this again. So in here, you can see the repository path is the name of the template that is available. So all the templates are kind of based on this to-do app that has a front end and a back end and a database. So if you want, for example, that to-do app with C#, Cosmos, are you guys seeing this? Yeah. C#, Cosmos, and SQL, you just say ASD init that, and then ASD up, and it will do everything for you. It'll stand up this for you in Azure. So let's just, for example, sorry. Let me see if I have it already. So all right, so this will initiate the template that has a to-do on Node.js with Mongo as a Cosmos DB interface, static web app, and functions. So I know this one is going to break because they did a release yesterday that broke it. But basically what it does is first it downloads the repo from wherever it needs to download it on GitHub. Then it's going to ask you for an environment. This environment name is going to be used to create the resources on Azure for you. And now that you've initialized it, all you need to do is ASD up, and it will start the process of packaging, provisioning, and deploying. So I'm going to select the subscription that I want to use, and then the location I want to use. Let's just do. And here's where it broke yesterday. Maybe they fixed it overnight. I did submit the issue, but who knows? In the meanwhile, what I want to show you is what it creates on Azure. So yesterday night I did my homework and created something. This one was the static web apps with functions and SQL. So let's talk about the services that I show you on the slides first. So if we go to static web app, this is how it looks. It has a URL. You can set up your own custom URL. There is a hosting plan. So right now we are in the free one, and the free one is pretty strong. But if you want things like custom authentication, private endpoints to put it behind a network, you'll have to start paying. But so far, that's all we need. You have database connection and your own APIs you're linked to your Azure functions. And that's basically it. You have a service that is serverless. You don't need really to think about what size the server is, how is it going to manage a load. I need to put it in multiple regions. This is by design global, so it's going to work for everything you need. So, so that is that. Let me see the function apps in this case. It's a managed function apps. So I don't think I can see it here. Oh, there you go. So create list, create items. Each one of these is an endpoint, that is individual from each other. So if, for example, create item gets called 10 times more than create list, is going to scale according to its own needs. So let me see how they deployed it. So the functions, you have a couple ways to do it. You can say create a function and just work on it online. That's not the most professional way to do it. How they did it is you create a project like on Visual Studio or VS Code, and then you build it, package it, and deploy it to functions. And this is what they did here. This is why I cannot see the code, because the code is a DLL that was already compiled. All right, so this one is using SQL, so let me just show you in here, Cosmos. So Cosmos is a NoSQL database. In here, you can see the Data Explorer is going to allow me to explore. This is the database is called To Do. The collection is a to-do item, and in here I could see if I had created any. I could see all the documents in there. One of the cool things that they have is that you can here see the consistency. So with NoSQL, it's a little different than a relational database regarding the consistency in terms of when you write, when is it available everywhere to read. You know, it's not a huge issue if you are in a single region, but in here I could actually say that I wanted this database on this region or in this region, and it's going to show you how the consistency is going to work in those scenarios. So you basically can enable different locations on the fly, and it's just going to be closer to where your clients are. Again, in here, I'm not worrying about any server or the size of the server or where the data is. It's all taken care for me, and I'm ready to use it. All right, so going back to the presentation, if you can, again, I don't know if we're sending these slides, but basically, if you Google Azure samples on GitHub, or if you search on Azure samples, it actually will tell you step by step how you do to generate this. One of the coolest things that I like to do, let me see if this failed. It did fail, but when it succeeds, you end up with a folder that is similar to this one. Right? And this is where I find a lot of value for learning. I can go in here and say, hey, how was the infrastructure set up? And I can see the bicep script. And in here, I can see the core things that were set up, but also the application things. So I could go in to say, hey, how did they deploy the web application? And I could learn about how it was done correctly. Also, the deployment, it's already set up with monitoring, with alerts, with dashboards, things that are really, really useful. So I like to go and explore what it created for me because I have so much to learn from it. So if I go here, you know, it was a simple architecture of a front end, a back end, and a database, but I also have applications insight smart detection, application insights. I have managed identity, a key vault. So everything was done with the good practices. So I have a lot to learn about it. So there is a dashboard that will tell me like the usage and oh, sorry, they changed this a little bit. So, if you were to go and do this on your own, you may take a little bit of time trying to figure all this out. But when you get it done for you and kind of reverse engineer it, it just makes it much, much simpler. All right, so that was the simple the simple scenario, right? So there is another way. Oh, so this was about the developer CLI. So there's another way that we could implement this simple scenario, and basically is if I have my React.js but on a container, and I have my web API but instead of on functions I have it on a container, I could deploy it on containers on this newish service called Azure Container Apps, and it's basically going to run like a serverless Kubernetes is what I think of it. And it connects to the database. So there's a template for that in ASD. So you can go ASD, any template, and it's called ACA and Mongo, or has its name, and it's gonna provision everything for you on Azure, and we're gonna go and explore it soon. So Azure Container Apps is basically Kubernetes without having to manage Kubernetes, right? So Kubernetes actually runs on as a base of this. But managing and maintaining Kubernetes is quite, and setting up Kubernetes is quite a challenge. So if you still want to work with containers but don't want to worry about all that is underneath, and you don't need access to the Kubernetes API, then Container Apps, it's quite a good way to accelerate your development process. And quite frankly, be ready for when your team is ready for Kubernetes, because your things are already on containers. Now this is just Google this, but this is something that I really talk about this a lot and really promote. It's not really A or B. You don't need to choose one service or another service. In most cases out there, you're selecting A plus B. So you could be selecting Kubernetes or Container Apps for some things, but Azure Functions for other things. So just choose the right thing for your your need, and you're gonna be quicker to market, and a lot of the time it's gonna be more efficient, and it's gonna keep your developers happier. If you force them into something, they're gonna find 1,000 ways to say that it's not the right tool. So just keep your mind open. It could be either or both. But before we continue, I want to show you Container Apps on the portal. Sorry, the mouse gets lost here. So everything was created by the command line by running the template. It's called ACA something. So Container Apps is kind of like the app service. You call it app service, but what you create is an app service environment. And then inside you create different apps. It's the same thing in container apps. You create an environment, which is basically the holder of your applications. And then inside the container app, there are some high-level configurations that you can have, like a custom DNS and certificates. But then you go into your applications. And then each application can scale at different measures than others. So in here, I have an API and a web. I'm going to go into the web one. And it has its own unique URL that Azure assigns it. But again, you can assign it custom DNS. And this is the to-do application that I didn't have to write. Is the template. So I can add an item. Well, let's go back to it. But you can manage secrets for your application. You can manage ingress. So you can see a little bit of the Kubernetes underneath. They're just exposing some basic things for you to develop, for you to use. And then recently they said that now you have the availability to run like initialization modules or containers before your main container. So little by little, they're going to be enabling features. But just keep in mind that even though it runs over Kubernetes, the idea is to abstract Kubernetes for you. If you need access to the API, you need to go to Kubernetes directly. So it's going to tell me the containers that are in there, where are they coming, and one of the things that I can put here is scale rules, right? So right now you can scale down to 0, which is amazing for cost management, but you can also put some rules that are gonna tell your environment when it's okay to scale out. It uses open source and community tools like Kata to do the scaling. All right, so there is an ebook. Again, it's Azure specific, but I think the ideas apply to all the clouds. All right, so those two scenarios were kind of too simple. So a more realistic scenario is that you're going to have a static web app and it's going to hit something as a backend. But more often than not, you're going to find this API management component in the middle, in between your implementation backends and your front end. So a good example of how this works is that sometimes, for example, you can route, let's say you're triggering a job, you can route that to a function that does the intake. But if you're actually accessing APIs, maybe you have a runner on container apps because, I don't know, your team writes microservices and deploy them as containers. So in here, we're kind of mixing up the two ideas, but because it made sense for that particular scenario. So on the top, maybe that function intakes creates a message on a queue or a topic, and there are function workers that are just waiting to be wake up when a message comes in. So this could be, imagine the typical scenario that we see out there. You upload an image and then you want to create several versions of that image. You don't want it to do that synchronously. You want something in the background to do it. And a function is a very good way to do that. So on the other side, a container app, the web API is maybe just writing to Cosmos. But we can have Event Grid, which is an event management service, but that is hooked up into Azure, and say, hey, when a record is updating Cosmos, I want to know. Or maybe when something is added into Cosmos, I want to know. And then I can create a subscription. Maybe this time I'll use a logic app instead of a function to respond to that event. And the main reason might be because I want to connect to either, let's say, SharePoint or send an email. So integrations on logic apps are much easier to write and use than in actual code. So maybe a low-code solution was a good option there, if only for the connectors that are available for it. So in all of this, all of it is serverless, with the exception of Service Bus that is platform as a service. And this is separate. But this is a very valid architecture that you can write with serverless components, and it's going to be scalable, and it's going to be very, very flexible as well. So let's talk a little bit about some of those components. API management is basically a facade. You want to put that on front of all your backend services, kind of like as a protection layer, let's say. You can change the implementation on the back and not change the facade to the outside world. It allows you, it creates a single point of ingress, allows you to govern your APIs. Imagine if you want to throttle or you want to add headers as it goes into the incoming service, backend services, all of that can be done with API management. And it also provides like a developer portal. So the APIs that you define on it, you can then provide to your developers, and they can explore how to use those. So normally an API management will have a gateway, which is the component that is accepting the API calls. It'll have a management plane, is where you can go and define what APIs you want, what is the backend, what are the rules. And then the developer portal is what we talked about. You expose it to your developers so they have ready access to the documentation and all of that. All right, so logic apps, we talk about logic apps, that it was responding to an event, in this case, an event that came from Event Grid. It is basically a low-code solution. It's kind of like a famous keywords there, like who's used low-code solutions before? In a way, if you did a pipeline on DevOps 5 years ago, you were kind of doing low code, right? CMS. Yeah. So basically, it's drag and drop that you can do to define a workflow. And each one of the boxes that you drag and drop, you have a configuration for it. One of the big advantages of it is that it has an amazing connector ecosystem. So if you want to connect to ServiceNow, it has connectors to it. If you want to connect to Microsoft Defender, it has connectors to it. If you want to connect to anything on the Office suite, it has connectors to it. It has more than 450 connectors out of the box that you can use. So a lot of the time you save time, right? So this is how it will look. Like, for example, in this one, it's triggered by an HTTP request. So when an HTTP request, maybe you create something that is kind of like your logic. and you can actually do the fan out of activities and then fan back in. In this case, it's calling an Azure function, and that is a connector, right? So that is saying, when I double click on that, it's going to say, well, what is your Azure function? And then you can get the response as a text and convert it as JSON and work with it. So each one of these boxes will have access to the response of the box before it. So by the time that you get a here condition, you can be doing an if statement that contains things from all the things above. And again, it's basically you just drag and drop the things. And in here it's saying, if this is true, go and do this. This is the way that regular developers like me cheat the low code, no code thing. We write code inside the box. It's not the best, but it's done. Or if that didn't thing, invoke a workflow and create an HTML table. Things that you could do with this, you could write files into Azure Storage. You could call any API that you want. You can. It was very popular for a while to create workflows that, based on an alert from Defender, will create a ticket on ServiceNow. It was fairly simple to do with something like this. It mostly took just formatting of the inputs. All right, so we've talked about serverless, and now let's add some platform as a service to our architecture. So this is just, let's sprinkle some PaaS. It's gonna make everything much better. Let's talk about the messaging options that we saw on the previous diagram. We were using Service Bus, typical service for queues and topics. But there is also Event Hubs. It's for event streaming and processing, very useful for IoT. And Event Grid. Event Grid, one of the benefits that I see on it is that it's embedded on Azure. So if you want events that are coming from Azure natively, you can subscribe to them. Events are being raised all over the place. If you subscribe to them, then you can act on them. But you could also publish your own events in there. All right, so here's another scenario. So this is what we had, but we're gonna add some PaaS, right? So log analytics, apps inside, everything that we call Azure Monitor is something that is a PaaS offering. Key Vault, Container Registry are things that are services that you don't need to think about what is powering them, what is the server underneath. You just use them. You may use GitHub or DevOps or both. Those are all things that will help with your operations. Supporting services. Redis, very useful to alleviate your load on the database, to use cache, to increase speed. Cognitive services, if you need to translate, if you need to recognize images, if you need to search for content within a video, for example. All of that are things that are offered for you as a service. This one in particular, there is a chat application out there that is so simple to use that I actually had it on a demo and it's making a lot of money. It made me kind of beat myself for not doing it earlier. If you do a chat application, like for example on the Airbnb app, where everybody's speaking different languages, but you translate to the profile of the person reading, you can have people speaking in French, Italian, and German, but you as a reader, because your profile is in Spanish, you see all with Spanish. Well, cognitive services, it will cost you pennies to do something like that with cognitive services. So it is a great support to your application, to your architecture. And storage accounts, basically to save your files. Again, you don't need to worry about how big is my hard drive or nothing like that. You just use it and it'll keep expanding to serve your needs. So this now makes like a more complete picture of what a complete architecture would be. And again, we're using mostly serverless, but then some PaaS services. All right, so that is what I have for you today. If you have any questions, comments, emotional outbursts, we can take outside. If not, thank you very much.
One question. It's, all that, or is there a way to?
So it really depends scenario to a scenario, but high throughput, there's no problem with an Azure function, for example, responding to events from IoT devices. The problem that I've heard is to go from cold state to warm state. So at the beginning, the first, so there is ways that you can go around that. They mostly involve paying for premium services, but no, I think high throughput we'll have to see the scenario specifically, because this is actually meant for scaling and high availability for sure. Not high CPU, right? If you have a service that is, let's say, generating a video based on other videos, that's going to have a lot of CPU usage, then this is not for you. All right. I'm going to be outside if you guys want to ask any questions. Otherwise, thank you.
out anyway, so maybe I didn't notice. How's that? Now maybe I can stop. Yay, there we go. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. But yes, thank you very much to our sponsors for making today possible. That's fantastic. Oh, see, I feel like I don't have to yell now. That's good. So I'm going to do a little talk on Azure Test Plans best practices. So how many people in the room have used Azure Test Plans before? Is this new to everybody? Yes. Wow. Okay. Well, that might change the way I do it then. I wasn't sure if I'd have a room full of people who use Azure Test Plans, and I would just show them some best practices, but I'm just going to show you Azure Test Plans. But I'm going to show you with my best practices in mind. Does anybody in the room use Azure DevOps? One. Okay. I'm going to change your minds completely. You ready? So my name is Dave Lloyd. I'm a founding partner of ObjectSharp and a principal consultant. You can reach me a whole bunch of different ways. I help run the Toronto Enterprise DevOps User Group. I'm a developer historically, but over the last quite a few years, I've been doing a lot of DevOps. So most of my time is spent in Azure DevOps and GitHub and scripting and administration of those tools and teaching people how to use them. So what I'm going to go through is, well, the plan was to talk about Azure Test Plans best practices. So, and I've got a series of articles on Medium that cover off each of these: test cases, test plans, test execution, and exploratory testing. So I'm going to show you how each of these tools work and sort of the best way to use them, because there are multiple ways that you could use them. So let me give, since you guys are all new to Azure DevOps, let me give you a little bit of background so that you're not lost in the things that I'm talking about. So Azure DevOps is a tool that does all kinds of stuff for us, right? There is Azure Boards for doing maintenance or for doing work management. So that's where our user stories or requirements are stored, our tasks, those kinds of things, test cases. Repos is where our code is. Of course, it's either TFVC or Git repos. Pipelines are for builds and deployments. Test plans is what we're going to talk about. Artifacts are feeds, like an NPM feed or a NuGet feed or a Maven feed, those kinds of things. So you can have your own inside Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps is a cloud service from Microsoft that gives us all of this stuff together in one place. So a little bit similar, if you wanted to compare it to something, Atlassian will bring together a bunch of tools like Jira and a bunch of things. Maybe you've got Jenkins or TeamCity for builds, that's your pipelines, GitHub for repos, boards might be Jira. There probably is nothing for test plans. And then artifacts, you might be just using something external. So this is, from Microsoft, it's an offering, a SaaS offering that gives us all of these products all under one roof. So the one we're going to talk about today is primarily test plans, but I need to introduce a little bit about boards because test plans tie into boards. So when you set up an Azure DevOps project, there are 4 templates that you can start from. There's a basic template that has just issues and tasks, essentially. It's very much like working in GitHub or something simple like that. Then there's an Agile one, and the Agile one isn't any specific Agile methodology. It's just, it uses Agile nomenclature, let's just say, right? So it has a user story and an issue and a bug. Scrum is a Scrum template if you're a Scrum team, and then CMMI, I can never remember what CMMI stands for, continuous management, blah, 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 something, and integration. It's kind of the heaviest one, as you can see. It has things like a change request and a risk. But what I want you to concentrate on is no matter which template you're using, they all have what's called a backlog, a requirement backlog work item. So these guys, the Epic and Feature and Epics and those guys, they're called portfolio backlog, right? They're kind of the high level things. Like a feature would be, this is a feature that that the product owner or the customer asked for, and the requirement is the thing that we're going to build. And the important thing is that at this level, this is not only the thing we're going to build, it's the thing we're going to test. So think of it as like, it's the unit of work that a team will be given in a sprint, and they'll work on it and validate it, test it, and then deliver it. Okay? So that's why it's important to understand, no matter which template you're using in Azure DevOps, when I refer to a requirement backlog work item, these are the ones I mean. So it's either an issue, a user story, a backlog item, or a requirement. A lot of background there for you for that kind of thing. So some test case best practices, and we'll go in and I'll show you test cases and where they fit in and that. But some of the things that we really want to think about, make the title count. The title, I see so many test cases where it's just a crappy title, and it should explain the story and what you're doing. Every work item type has an assign to. So when it's a task, it's easy, right? You assign the task to a person. But then who do you assign a test case to? Well, in my experience, the best thing to do is to assign it to the author, not the person that's going to execute the test, not the tester, but the author of the test case. So whoever wrote this test case and understands it and why they wrote it that way and how they wrote it, those are the people that you want to assign the test case to. Attach the test case. You can attach a test case to anything. One of the great things about Azure DevOps is you can do whatever you like, but you can make a total mess of that as well. So if you want to keep things in a good shape, attach the test case to the requirement backlog. I'm going to show you exactly how and where to do that in a nice way. And use the state. So all the other work items have states that have a start and an end, right? They all have a new and they all have a closed, because we take a story or a task and we finish it, right? We start it, we work on it, we commit to it, whatever nomenclature you want to use for that work, and we close it. We set it to done, or closed, or finished, or whatever the state is. Test cases don't have that. Test cases are very different from all the other work items. They live forever. So they start out in the mode of design, and when I go into customers and look at help them use test cases, I see all these test cases all set to design. And when I see that, I assume they're not ready to run. But the customer goes, oh yeah, they're ready to run. Well, then why didn't you change them to ready? Well, because the tool doesn't make me do it, and there's no benefit in doing it. I'll show you a couple of benefits to doing it. It's just that they're not using all the tool, right? So there's three states on a test case: ready, or design, ready, closed. Design means I'm still working on this. Don't try running it. Ready means it's ready to execute. Closed means it's no longer required. Either that feature that we were testing is gone, or it's obsolete now, or the test case there's no point running it anymore. So we would then close it. But until that time, we can keep this test case forever. Create test cases early, really early in the cycle. So let me take you through a little bit of a scenario. So here I am in Azure DevOps, and I'm going to go to my boards. So this is my Kanban board in Azure DevOps. So as you can see here, I've got all these stories that we're working on, and they're in various states. Some are in define and design, approved, development, QA, ready for review. Beautiful. As you can see in here too, because I've got these attached, the test case shows up connected to the story. So this is another nice reason to show them in here, because I can actually see it. And I can also see if these, I don't know if I've got any that are partial run. Mine are, all the ones we're looking at are haven't been run yet. But once I run them, you'll actually see them in here that they're passing or failing. It'll show you. So really nice, quick view. And if anybody from Microsoft is listening to this recording, wave to them. I'd like to be able to do this on the backlog as well, not just on the board. But anyway, so from here, look, I can create a new item, right? So imagine for a minute, this is my backlog of items. I'm the product owner. And has everybody worked in Agile? Everybody been in Agile development team? Thanks for nodding. I appreciate that. So you're doing things quickly, right? You're doing things just in time. They're coming in fast. So right here, I can add a product backlog item, and I can add it to my backlog and get some work done. Well, also from here, I can come in and say, well, I want to add a test case. So or I can click on the on the story that I'm doing, and I can say add a test. And right, this is my title. So allow vendors to white label our site for their use. So I happen to know a little bit about the story because I've been looking at it and I've been working through it with the business, and I knew that I need to validate. We need a special login. Validate vendor access for what do we call it? For labeling site to their brand. So we have a special. So see. So I just added a test. Now it's not done by any means, right? But as you can see, I can come into my story and I can just plug through here and add all my thoughts down. Just go, okay, we're going to need to validate this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And if I don't use them all, I don't care. Like if I add 10 there and I only end up using 6, so what? At least I've got all my thoughts out. I've got all the things that I think I might want to do. And if I go in and look at so this is my test case, and you can see down here, see the related work? It's attached to my story. So this test case tests this story. It's a special relationship, right? Matter of fact, if you go into the story and look, you can see this story is tested by that test case. So that's a special relationship that user stories and test cases have. And it makes, and I'm going to show you all kinds of reasons why it makes sense to attach them here. I'm not going to get into details about steps and things, but here's where you would write your steps, right? You would say, okay, well, log into the website, and you can put an expected result and then navigate to this place and so on and so forth. You don't have to have an expected result on every step you do. You only need one on the last one. Some people put them on all of them, but it's up to you. I kind of like having just, unless I need to validate something there, but I kind of feel like if I need to validate something on the third step, then that should probably be the end of my test case, maybe. Random. Right, so that's so there's my title up at the top. It's assigned to me because I'm the author. So you notice Azure DevOps is already doing all these things for me. If I do it, because of where I'm doing it from, it's doing this. And it starts out in design. So that's beautiful. So I've created my first test case. And it's already attached to my story, and you're going to see in a minute how important that is. So, by the way, that's just one way, right? I mean, I could go, I could do this. New work item, I could create a new test case here. But it would just be floating. It wouldn't be attached to anything. I would have to then later go and attach it to the story. I could also, go to work items, and I could go new work item test case. Or I could open up my story, and I could go here and say add a link, and I could add an existing or a new test case if I wanted to. But now I got to make sure I pick the right. So this story is tested by this test case, and there's my title. But that's all, great. But what I did first time was much easier than that, don't you think? And then over here, I got links. I could add links here. I could, I'm only putting out, there are just tons of places throughout the UI where you can add them. And people do. And then they end up with all kinds of orphaned garbage hanging around. Whereas if you're in here, you're on your story, you're adding test cases as you're thinking of them. I just wish from the backlog as well. It'd be nice if, instead of, if I don't use boards, if there was an add test case right here, but there isn't. I'm hoping somebody hears this and does something nice about it. Couple of more things. I already talked about some of these. Change to ready once the steps are complete. So fill in the steps, change the state to ready so people know. I'm going to show you why and where that's important. Mark the test as a regression test, if that's what it is. So some tests you're going to run whenever they'll be attached to a story, right? So imagine I'm in a sprint. I've got 5 stories I'm going to do in this sprint. Each story has its test cases assigned to it. And at the end of the sprint, I have run all the test cases, and I'm happy with the story, and it's going to go in. Now I got to look at those test cases and go, should any of these be regression tests? Should I take any of these tests and run them again the next sprint? Like, is it a part of the software that's either high risk, could lose us money, security risk, whatever? Is it important enough that I should run it later? If it is, then it should be a regression test. And you can take all the unit tests that you want to make regression tests and either add a custom field called regression, make it a Boolean, and then say yes or no, or you can just add a tag. I'll show you where these are. And it's important to do, and I'll show you why that is in just a second. Another thing is test cases are not where the results are stored. I know this seems like a silly thing for everybody who knows this, but the number of people that I see using Azure DevOps, and they're looking to the test case because they come from a world. The most popular test tool out there is Excel, right? More people use Excel to store and execute test cases than probably any other product. They have their little test steps that they got a scenario that they run, and at the end of all the information they need, at the end of the spreadsheet, it's got result, and it says pass or fail. And now they got to and then they do a test cycle, they clear all those, and they bring it up and run them again. Well, you don't have to do that because this will do it for you. And those results are not stored in the test case, they're stored in a test run. And I'm going to show you where those are and how to get to the results and see them. But the test case, just think of it as this little floating piece of documented validation. I'm just going to use it to run some steps against my app to validate it. And reuse them until they're obsolete. Keep them forever. There's no need at all to close or lose a test case at the end of a sprint or the end of a cycle. It can be rerun and reused. Use it on other stories. That's fine. If it's still useful, keep using it. So let's talk a bit about test plans. So those are test cases, right? So we know we create a test case, we attach it to a story. So now what we have is we have all these. Let me go back into my board for 1 second. And you can see, right, I've got all these stories that are in here, and they all have test cases. This one has 4, this one has 5, 2, 2, 1, right? Test cases attached to them. So what we're going to do is we need to bring those into a test plan. So everybody, should we agree on what a test plan is? Does everybody know what a test plan is? So a test plan is really, go ahead, throw out something for me. No, I don't. Okay. I thought I had a volunteer that it was so good. So a test plan essentially is a bunch of test scenarios or steps that I want to execute against a given application, and I want to do that until they all pass, right? And then once I release the software, that test plan is garbage. It's just history. And I will make a new test plan for my next release. Whether that's a sprint or a release or a month or 3 months or whatever, it doesn't really matter. So they should not live forever. I've seen people write test plans and they have this one test plan and they just keep using it for their whole life. It has all their test cases in it. They just use it as a binder to hold all their test cases. That's zero good for reporting. That is no good for reporting. It just gives you crap data. It's way too big to manage. It's slow in the system. It's terrible. So don't do that. When you create a test plan, so let's create a test plan together. I'll show you how nice this is. So here we go. I got one already made, so we'll ignore that one for a minute. Let's go to my test plans. Come on. All the test plans. Okay, so I've already got a Sprint 2 backup just in case something went terribly wrong today. But let's create the Sprint 2. So I'm going to create a Sprint 2 test plan. So I'm going to associate the iteration for Sprint 2 to it. I'm going to assign it to the London team because it's their sprint. Beautiful. So I've got a test plan. Now, my test plan has nothing in it, so what I need to do is fill it up with test cases that I'm going to run. And I could do that by, there's lots of ways to do it, right? I could just add test cases directly to the plan, or I can add test suites. And there's 3 kinds of test suites. There's a static test suite, which is just a folder. So it just puts a hard folder under Sprint 2 and lets me add test cases to it. I never use that. Never use it. What we're going to use is requirement-based suites. So watch how cool this works. So I'm going to take, it's going to pull in a query now. And the query says, okay, well, I want requirement category. So for work items in the group requirement category, for the iteration path Sprint 2, for the team, London, let's find out what all the stories are. So there's all the stories that the London team is going to do in Sprint 2. Right? Simple query. So let's grab those. So this is what we need to test, right? This is the scope of our test plan. So create the suites. So it created a test suite for each story. And look, and it's brought in the test cases with it. So now the test cases are just our test plan has written itself. I don't have to add any more stuff to it. I don't have to sit here and find all the, go out and search for all the test cases I want. Well, now I also want to take all my test cases that I set to be regression tests, and I want to run those as well at the end of the sprint, because they're all my important ones. So I'm going to create a query-based suite. So a query-based suite is a little bit different than the one we just did. And I'm going to say, I want to find all the test cases that have a tag regression and are in the state ready. So I don't want old closed ones. I don't want new ones that nobody's done yet. I want the ready ones. So I run that, and there's all my test cases that are regression. Now, if I didn't use tags, I could have also done this. I could have said, I could have had a custom field called regression and gone everything that's set to true and run that. So that's fine. I'll show you how I set those up. So I'm going to create this test suite. So now I have a regret. Oh, what I forgot to do was name it. Silly. So let's call it. Beautiful. So now I've got a test suite, one for my regression tests and one for each story that I'm testing. Simple. And as people add new test cases, like I might still be in Sprint 1 and I'm just planning ahead and creating this. And if I add more tests to these stories, they'll show up on my test plan automatically because they're in the story already. And if I add more regression tests, they'll automatically show up in here too because they're query-based. A static suite will not do any of that. It's just static, and it's just a folder you're adding stuff to. Cool. I promised to show you. Let me just show you really quick. If we go into a test plan, well, actually, look at here we are. So see, there's tags. Work items have a thing called tags, and you can just add a tag with anything on it. So I've got one for minimum viable product, one for blocked, one for suggestions, and one for regression. So you can use a tag, or you can, like I said, you can make a custom field. See down here, I've got this custom field, and I set it to be a Boolean, and I just can say, yeah, this is a regression test. So either way, I've seen people who stick something in the summary, and if the summary has this word in it, then it's a regression test. There's lots of ways to do it. It's up to you. Okay, so we got requirement-based test suites for each story. We got a query-based suite for our regression tests using either the tag or a custom field and the state looking for ready test cases. So test plans, right. Oh, the other thing, So imagine for a minute, so we have a test plan, and we're ready to execute it, or we've got our test cases in it. Now, when it comes time to execute it, a nice way to add a little extra info to the results is to go to the test plan settings and associate a build. So let's say I'm testing this app, and we've just been delivered this build. So this is all tied together with the pipelines in Azure DevOps. So I pick the build that I want, and now I'll show you a test run, but when I execute tests, that build will be stamped on the test run. So we know what build had that in it. So if something fails and we have to raise a bug, we know we have the build associated to it. Questions? Are we good so far? Okay. We're going quick. So test execution. So one thing, take advantage of parameters and shared steps. Let me show you what those are. If I go back to my boards, so this is a login. This is a test to validate a login page. A super simple one, granted. But in the steps, right, it's navigate the website, www.web.ca. And then I got enter. Now see, I got @user into the username field. Well, I could have written a test case that said, enter Dave into the user field, enter password into the password field, hit the login button, and see if you logged in as Dave. Or maybe you're looking for administrator or user or whatever it happens to be. Well, those @s will create shared parameters or parameter values. So you can see here where I got @user, it created user. And when I put in @password, it created password. And when I put in @role, it created role. So now, down in this table, I can put in a bunch of data. And when I execute this test case, it's going to execute once for each piece of data. So it's going to have multiple iterations. So it's going to say, okay, login as Dave. I'll show you what it looks like in a minute. And put in the password, p@s-word, and you should end up as admin. And then put in Mike, put in hello there, you should end up as user, and so on and so forth. So they're just nice little features that give you a way to make your test cases way more robust and give them a lot more legs. The parameters can be like this inside the test case, or they can be shared parameters that are shared by multiple test cases. I'll try to remember to show you what that looked like in a minute. I talked about expected result, only needs to be the last step. I just find a lot of people don't realize that. They think they need to put one on every step, and it can be a real pain and time waster. Every time you execute a test case, a test run is created. So watch. If I go into my test plan, let's go back to test plans. Here we go. And test CD runs. Let's go to execute. And let's pick one. And I'm going to say passed. So that just generated a test run. So every time I pass or fail or set a test case, it generates a test run. And if you look in here, if I go to one of these, let's find something where I've got some, I must have some, I'm going to find nothing, am I? I swear every other time I do this, there's all kinds of stuff. Oh, there we go. So see, if I just click on, if I'm on execute and I click on the test case, it shows me the results so far. Killing me that it's not. I usually. Oh, you know why? I know why. Because I don't have any. I know why. Because last night I cleaned up all my test plans. So my old test plan that I had with all the results, I cleaned it up. So that's fine. That's okay. But yeah, normally you would click on that and it will show you all the test results for that particular test case. The other thing you might have noticed in here is, well, look. So when you're in the test plan, here's how I define my test plan. And so this thing only has one test, validate login page. But when I go to execute, it shows up twice. Anybody know why? Yeah? Yeah? Do you see on the end here? So there's two configurations. So I've gone into here and I've defined multiple configurations, and then I said, hey, for this guy, assign configurations. I want you to check. I need him to be tested on Chrome and Edge. And configurations can be whatever, right? I mean, you can go into configurations and go crazy. It can be operating systems. It could be types of phones. It could be whatever. So you actually make, I've got browser, mobile device, and operating system as 3 different configuration variables, and then I have multiple configurations that can use all those variables. So it gets pretty crazy. But yeah, when you go between define and execute, if you've got multiple, and you don't have to run everything. Like, not every test needs multiple configuration testing, right? Some don't. So don't set those to be like that. Some will be run once, and it doesn't matter what browser you run them in, and some will have to run in multiple. Totally up to you. But it's in the plan, it's completely configurable. Take advantage of all the test run results. So there isn't just pass and fail. There's also not applicable and blocked. And they make sense. Like, sometimes you're running a test, or you're trying to execute a test and you can't. Maybe the feature's not done, or you need something from another department to be able to do it, and you're blocked. And you should mark it as blocked so that it shows up in the reports that it's not passing or failing, it's blocked. I can't do it. Not applicable, would mean, well, this test is associated with this story because for whatever reason, but it's not really applicable in this sprint. Maybe next sprint it will be. But we still want to leave it attached to the story, and maybe that story is going to cross over 2 sprints. I don't agree with that, but maybe that's the case. So, use them. And you can do a quick set, or you can do test runners. So I already showed you quick set, right? I can take these guys and go, okay, well, those passed. Right? Maybe I'm, looking at the app over here, and I don't need to go through the steps. I know it well. I've gone and looked at the shopping cart in both Edge and Chrome, and I've done all that. And these guys are all passing. They're good. And then maybe we come back in at some point and in another cycle, and this guy's failed. So now what happens is the last setting that you give it is the state that it's in, right? Like, if I go into this guy, you see he passed, failed, because I've done 3 test runs on him. So every time I set him to passed or failed, I'm going to get an entry. I'm going to get a setting that says this guy is this state. But the last state is the one we care about. That's the one that it is in now. Cool? So we can do that, or we can do this. Let me see if I can. Let's try this guy. So here I got a whole bunch of things to test. I'm going to pick them all. And I can run, there's a runner, I'll show you how it works. And I can either do this as a Windows app or as a web app. So let's run the web version for now. So this is my test runner. And I'm just going to bring this guy back over here. Ooh, he got big because of something I was doing. And we'll just bring this over here. Okay. And let's say we're testing Tailspin toys. So I got an app. So over here, you can see these are the steps that are in my test case. And because each one has expected result, it wants me to say whether or not they passed or failed. But see my settings? So this is the one that had data in it. So I actually have 3 iterations of this to do. So first I'm going to log in as Deloitte, and I'm going to enter that password. And I hit the login button. I'm going to validate, yep, it was admin. Then I'm going to go to the next step, and now it wants me to log in as this with a different password. And if you look here, right, you can see there's my test case, and here are all my iterations. And this guy has 3 iterations, and this one does, these ones don't. Cool. So, I can go through here and whatever. If something fails, here, actually, let's do this. Let's go worked, and let's just say worked, but I'm not basic. So I can put in a comment, still admin. I can take a screenshot. I can record. Let's see if I can get a screen. There we go. We'll just pretend I'm on a login screen, okay? I can make notes. I can annotate the screenshot and do stuff to it. There it is, shows up in my test run, ready to go. I can raise a bug from here. Let me find my bug. Oh, there we go, create a bug. So look at the bug. This is sweet. See the steps to reproduce in the bug? They're the steps in my test that I just did. And it shows them which one failed. So I don't have to fill in the bug. And it shows, if we scroll down here, it gives me the system info of my machine. So we know what machine I ran these on. There's my build number. See, that was the build number that I attached to the test case. If you're not kind of paying attention and using all these things like this, you don't get the benefit of all these sweet little pieces. So we can create. Let me just get out of here. I won't save that bug, and I'll save and close this. So, take advantage of the test results. You can either do the quick set if you know what you're doing, and so there's a quick way to get things passed or failed, or you can use the test runner, which is also a great way to, nice little tool to give you a lot of extra stuff. So where does all this stuff go? So let's talk a bit about that. So if we go into test runs, so under test runs, you can see here's my test runs, and test runs have other information, right? So this one was 2 test cases that I executed. They both passed. I can add comments to the test run. Right? So extra information. There's my build number. That came into the test run from the test plan for me. I can go to the test results, and I can look at each test case and see that they passed, failed, what configuration they were testing. If I wanted to, I could actually create a bug from here too. So if one of these had failed, I could create a bug at this point based on the test run having a failure in it. I can do analysis update, so I can pick, based on the, I don't know why I can't edit that. Why can't I edit that? Oh, interesting, I should be able to. But there's different failure types and resolutions, so it could be, a bug, it could be because of data, because sometimes we have tests that fail, but it isn't really a problem, it's a problem with our test data. And stuff like that, right? So you can kind of fill in that information. I'm not honestly sure why I'm not getting it right now, but this could use some work. If I know my test run ID, I can put it here. This is actually showing the last 7 days of test runs based on this filter here. And I can add other clauses and find things. I can find all the ones for a particular build number and stuff like that. So that's good. But it needs some work. It would just be nice if this was easier to use. I find that filter thing is kind of hidden. Anyway, that's just my, hopefully they'll add stuff to it. Oh yeah, maybe it's only on failed ones that I can add analysis, because there now it's turned on. Progression, new, etc. Yeah. And then we've also got, the progress report. So if you're doing things well and you're keeping stuff to a test plan that has a life cycle and cycles that it executes, then see right here, I can look back at so here I can pick I'll get my old one just because it's got more data. So here's my progress report for Sprint 2. And right now I've got 18 test cases that are running. It's a 94% pass rate. 17 are passing, 1 is failing. There's my 18 test points. Only 39% of them have run. It's 1 test plan. I can pick multiple test plans. So, if I was a higher level executive and I wanted to see 2 different teams tests for sprint 2, then I can bring 2 of them together, multiple test plans at a time. And down here, it will just show me all the test suites and the test cases that are running under them. So it's I can filter this report by test suites, by outcome, by configuration, by tester. So back on the test plan, I never kind of showed you this or talked about it, but I can assign things to testers. So I can say, hey, I want Dave to test these or everything in Chrome, and I want Michael to test everything in Safari, and I want somebody else to test everything in Edge. So I can assign things to testers that way. And then in the reporting, I can pull those back. The other thing that's kind of funny that people don't always think too much about is how they're going to handle bugs. So in Azure DevOps, you have a concept of teams, right? So I've got a couple of teams here. I got a Paris team, a London team, a Toronto team. And my London team, if I go and look at their configuration, I can see how they're working with bugs. And there's 3 different ways you can pick. So you can say bugs are managed with requirements, which means they show up in your backlog and in your boards. Or bugs are managed with tasks, which means they are children of stories and they show up in the sprint board with the tasks. Or you can leave them out of backlogs altogether and they never show up in any backlog, and you have to use queries to find them and to manage them, which is a perfectly valid way to do it. So it all depends on how you work, right? If you have a product owner who goes, I've got stories, and I'm pulling stories into the sprint, and somebody finds a bug, and they say, okay, well, let's add a bug to the backlog, and then the product owner can prioritize it with the new features and say, well, you know what, this bug is a workaround, and I'd rather get this feature in before we fix that bug. Or this bug is super important, let's get in the next sprint. If that's the way, then it makes sense to put them on the backlog and treat them with requirements. If there's stuff that you try and get rid of every sprint as you're doing it, then maybe they're better off as tasks. If you're not sure what to do, maybe this is a better way to do it until you figure it out. But it changes the way you use Azure DevOps, and it can be an important piece. And I only throw that in there because it's all, we're talking about testing, and it's kind of a key thing in Azure DevOps to think about. And I don't have a best practice for it. It depends on your team and how they work. I've seen it work all 3 ways very successfully. Before we talk about the really fun tool, make yourself a dashboard. So if you're responsible for testing or the testers, or you're a test manager or whatever it happens to be, make yourself a dashboard so that you can make sure that people are doing the things that I've just talked about. I always make myself one of these at a client when I go. So, it'll have obvious things like, hey, how many bugs do we have open right now? How many are critical? How many are greater than 60 days old? Your typical bug research thing. Cool. So you'll notice they're different colors too, right? So these little tiles are great because I can configure them so that if it's 0, it's green. If it's greater than 1, it goes red. Or I can have various levels of red if I want or whatever. What I love about this is that if I come in here and this whole bar at the top is green and blue, I just move along. I don't have any, there's no bugs, there's no old bugs, there's no critical bugs. The third one is I have 2 stories that don't have test cases assigned to them. Well, I should never have a story without a test case. Now, maybe all my tests are automated. Okay, that's possible. And if that's the case, beautiful, good for you. And there's nothing that we're going to do at the end of the sprint to validate that this thing, then you probably don't need that tile because you're way beyond, you're probably not even using test plans, right? Everything's automated. So another one is impediments. How many tests I have in design? Well, if that number doesn't, it should kind of stay constant. It shouldn't really grow a lot or shrink too much because there's always new stuff coming in. And the other stuff's getting, towards the end of a sprint, it should drop down low, but maybe you're starting to add the ones for the next sprint. How many active test plans? Well, test plans have a state, active, inactive. When you're done with it, set it to inactive. so it doesn't show up in lists everywhere. And you probably only should have 1 or 2 active test plans going on at a time. Well, that might be a small number, but 1 for each application that you're testing and cycle you're in. How many regression tests do I have? These are just good information that can be at your fingertips on a dashboard like this. These are all off of the test plan. They're test plan charts. So these are Sprint 2 test results. I got 28 tests, 14 have not been run yet, 8 are passing, 6 are failing. Here they are divided up by test suite. Here they are divided up by tester. Here they are divided up by configuration. Lots of super easy information. And these are all charts that I can add right to my test plan. I knew there was a reason I didn't want to delete that test plan I had this morning. So look, if I go into chart, right here, I can create a chart. I can make a pie chart, bar chart, whatever, and it can be based on whatever information I have in my test case, and that's where I got all of these charts from. And then I got some that are just based on queries, right? Bugs by priority, bugs by severity, bugs by state, and bugs by configuration. Or sorry, that's tests by configuration. So nice to have a dashboard like that that just lets you. Okay, let's see how we're doing for time. Oh, we're good. We're good. Not much longer though, because I started a little early, didn't I? So sometimes, and in an agile world, this is more and more true, we don't have test cases. I don't even have test plans turned on in Azure DevOps. I don't use them because most of my tests are, they're automated. I've got unit tests, I got integration tests, I've got Selenium running tests against my user interface, I got Postman, I got all kinds of stuff. I am testing the crap out of my application. I don't need to have formal test plans with test cases. Perfectly valid response. I'm cool with that. If you have all that, I'm good with you. I'm with you. However, there are times when, that doesn't mean we still don't kick the can around a little bit, right? We don't get into the app and try stuff. I mean, there's always business functions that, even if we have all those, there's probably still some kind of UAT testing. There's, somebody might be doing just validating the interface or just making sure that it behaves the way our users expect it to. And if you're doing that kind of stuff, take a look at this. So this test and feedback tool is for doing exploratory testing. And so when you don't have a test case or a test plan, and any time that you're just exploring the application, and this can be used by anybody, by testers, users, BAs, whoever you want, what you can do is you can go into the tool. I'll give you a quick demo. You can select the requirement that you want to look at, that you're now validating. You can let this tool follow you along and do kind of follow what you're doing and take notes for you. And it will create a test run in Azure DevOps. From the tool, you can create a bug, a test case, or a task. I'll show you. You can capture screenshots. You can record your session with video, and you can take notes and put them all into Azure DevOps. So let me show you what this guy does. So let's just say, I'm in Tailspin Toys, and I'm going to test this. So here's my test and feedback tool. It's just an extension in Chrome. And I'm connected to my Azure DevOps, right? So I'm going to start a session. And the first thing I'm going to do in my session is find a work item to test. So I may not, maybe I don't put one in. Maybe I'm not testing anything. Maybe I'm just poking around on the app. But I can still use this. So I'm going to pick this guy, though. And I'm going to say, select it. Notice it shows me the acceptance criteria for the story. So I know what it is I should be testing, what I should be validating, because I know what the story was doing. So that's great. Now, if you look over here, we've got a little timeline. So this timeline, I can always come back to the timeline and see what's happened so far. What have I done so far? So let's make a note just so we can see it in the timeline. Starting to test Tailspin Toys. So I'm going to save that, go back to my timeline, see, there's my note. It adds a note in for me. Let's record the session. I'm not going to record audio because then the people that wrote the software will hear me swearing at them. Okay, so my recording is running. Recording 1 minute, 2 minutes, beautiful. So let's just leave that going for a sec. Let's maneuver around in the app a little bit. So it's recording everything I'm doing. It's making a video of my screen. So if and when something goes wrong, I'll have proof of it, right? I'll be able to show somebody the recording. And like, let's do this. Put in the letter A and tab out. Oh, it flipped it back to 1. Well, that's good. Actually, that's what I would like it to do. I'm going to remove that. Go back. Let's go back into my tool again. Look at my timeline. Where's my, oh, my recording's still going. Let's stop it a minute. So when I stop the recording, it shows up in my timeline. And watch, I can actually play it right here. Can you guys even see it? If I zoom in, it's going to stop. But anyway, it's whether you can see it or not, I don't know, but it's playing the recording there. I can also, at any point, let's say we're testing About Us. So I click on About Us. Oh, look, I got an error. So let's grab a screenshot of the problem that we've got. So remember, I'm just in, where's my screenshot? Note. Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. Okay, yeah. Beautiful. So remember, I'm in a exploratory test session. So I'm just, it's just following me along. But now I can add stuff to it, all kinds of useful stuff. Right. So there's my screenshot added to my added to here. So let's say we want to add a bug now at this point. So I'm going to go to create a bug. So I can create a task. So let's say I'm going through the app and I notice they've forgotten something. Well, I can add a task to the story to say, hey, add this to this story. This is something we forgot to do. It's something I never told you about or whatever. Or I can create a bug. So let's create a new bug about us gets error. So by the way, if it finds a bug with the same name or a similar name, it will let me add this to the bug, but it didn't find one, so I'm going to create a new bug. And if I go back over here, there's my bug, 3177. I'll show you in just a minute. But watch this. I can also make I don't want you. Sorry, I'm picking the wrong thing. I can also create a test case and see the steps. So these are the steps that would end, or watch. Validate About Us and save that. And let's go back here. So now I've got a test case that next time I could run instead of doing this manually, right? I could have somebody, and that test case, let me open it up. See? It tests my story. So it actually attached the test case with all the steps in it, and the results are all images that it took along the way. And if we look at the bug, I could probably find the bug another way, but let's go here. So here's my bug that I raised. So it's also attached to the story because it was found while I was testing this story, and it has steps in it that I can now edit and trim out what I don't want, but it has all the, there's my screenshot and image of it. So all this stuff is just being plugged in for me as I go. And if I end this, let's just go and end my session. Let's say I'm done. So we'll end my session and go back into test plans and runs. I can go to recent exploratory sessions, and here's my, you're not opening. Going to be mean to me, but anyway, this is my test run or my recent exploratory session, and I've got a bunch of information in here that it'll show me the bug that it raised, and it'll have all the screenshots and all the stuff that I've plugged into it. So there's tons of great, I mean, so many people don't even know this exists because you have to actually go get it and download it. And then it just connects to your Azure DevOps and works. Anybody ever use it before? No? New? New to you? Okay, so yeah, I've got a bunch of Medium articles you can go look at if you want to kind of reminders of some of this stuff. We kind of walk through test cases, test plans, test execution, and exploratory testing. There's also, I did a session for a user group, for the Toronto DevOps user group, quite a while ago, a couple of years ago, and it's still on YouTube, and it gets hits like crazy. It's had like 90,000 hits, which blows me away because who knew there was that many people that cared about test plans in Azure DevOps. But yeah, so there's lots of, and there's tons of other info out there. That's just kind of my stuff that I've got out there. So there, we kept it down so we're not too late. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I hope it was useful. Enjoy the rest of your day. This place has the greatest view, eh? Love the view up here.